Okay, hello, welcome. Stream should be started. Technically starting like 3 minutes early, but when do I ever do anything to a schedule? I'm not seeing anything on the stream, which is concerning. Come on, stream. There we go. Okay, so gonna make Suika game. Kind of went that bit boring. I was originally going off the idea of Nick and Co Bullet's approach and just like actually remaking the game, but then I thought like, why don't I make it in 3D to begin with? Just be a little silly. So I've got the Kenny assets of food. So these are all like just lots of different foods. And while I was looking at that, I went, it'd be interesting to make like a weird like cooking game that's physics based. So like you can't go into the kitchen, so you've just got to like throw the food and try and hit the frying pan. And if like a steak hits the frying pan, it cooks. If the steak doesn't cook, like if you throw a knife, it like cuts the food in half, that kind of thing. And do the same kind of approach of things combine into other things. So we'll start with making like the basic Suika game thing of like two things are the same will combine into a larger thing that's different. But I was thinking it would be funny, like if you could like have recipes where like you throw a knife at the capsicum and makes like a cut capsicum, and then you got to try and get the cut capsicum to land on a plate, sort of thing. Just make some little weird physicsy game. But we'll start with the basic stuff. So we'll still keep it in 3D just because I think that'd be more interesting. So first thing we've got to do is kind of make like a world, I guess. So I have set up my Bevy thing to already have a camera just because that's like unnecessary to wait like that 5 minutes for it to compile. Yeah, first. Yeah, I love when you get here early. You actually get to see what I'm like starting with. Like you get to hear the spiel about what I'm actually planning for the stream, because 90% of the time there's nobody here at the beginning, and nobody hears that bit. So I've got to put it there because if someone watches the VOD, I just don't sit quietly, but there's nobody here. But it's one of those fun things of actually having someone here to talk to from the beginning. So first thing we're going to do is set up and spawn just a map. So we probably want to add a debug stuff so we can see config debug assertions. I should probably jump into Discord. So if anyone wants to jump in and chat, I'm in the Discord lounge. All right, then we're going to add our debug rendering. So app dot add plugins debug render context debug. It's debug rendering plugin, isn't it? Not debug rendering context. Rapier debug rendering plugin. Default. So love 2D. Love 2D? I don't know. I've never heard of Love 2D. Just Googling it now. This is some kind of game engine. Looking at it. That looks neat. Looks really cutesy. Never actually used it, so I can't really have a comment on what it is, how it works, that kind of thing. Yeah. I turned on Copilot and it's just really annoying me mostly. He's like suggesting stuff and then it removes my IntelliSense because it's trying to use its suggestions instead of the IntelliSense for it. We want to probably spawn a transform from translation vectory y times negative 10. Thank you. We also want a visibility inherited, and we also want a collider. Capsule cuboid. And then a half size of, I think we wanted like a 10 by 10 by 10 arena, so y of like 0.1 and a z of 5. And we need a rigid body, not dynamic, thank you, fixed. Okay, and then I should really add like a fly camera or some description. The main reason I'm not doing a fly camera is because I kind of want the camera to work in a particular way for this game to function properly. So we should wrap this and make the camera look down, I reckon. Sure. I don't think you need to be offset like that though. And then dot looking at 30 and up is vec3 y. Is that going to give us a thing that we can see? Hopefully. Be pretty funny if I mess up the very simple thing of getting something to... Okay, so you can see that there's a box there. Again, can't look around because I haven't got an editor. Maybe we should get the editor. That will be smart because then we can make the camera do what we want as we want. Bevy editor, please, equals git, and then we'll just pop over to this other project. Oh, no, that's the one we're in. It must be this one. Sadly, the editor crashes all the time, but we're just going to use it for its camera, so it doesn't matter. We need this one and this. Okay, minimize that. Come back over here. Paste those two in. Pop you up here. So, well, I should copy paste a lot because then you get really good at copy pasting a lot. Right, and then when we go. Why are you not letting me run this? There we go. Right, this will give us an editor so we can at least see what we're doing. Better fly around. So the other thing is we need to add. We need to spawn like 4 more boxes so that we have our walls. So I need you, but you're going to be at Z 5. You need to have thickness in the, I think, in the Z direction, because the other one was on the Y, so probably means that you're going to be 5 by 5 fixed. I think that's going to be correct. And then we're going to need another one of these here, but then you're going to be at 5. We need one of these, but instead of Z, you're at X, and then flip that around. Okay. Paste that and make that positive. Right, so that should in theory be all our walls around our play area, so when we drop fruit, they actually like appear in the arena. Okay, haven't quite got that right. Oh, we didn't add the editor, that's right. But add plugins. Bevy editor, please. Editor plugin. Default. Why have you decided that I've put a semicolon somewhere? What happened there? Well, that's broken as shit. Nope, there we go. Weird. So I'm not sure why the we would negative 10 0 at 5. So why are you not merged properly? We need to change to free. Because I've put you at negative 10, not negative 5. Now, the question is, so go here. Go, okay. So they need to go down 5 on the Y. Alright, so probably want to change this to a new. So 0, negative 5. And then you at negative 5. And then just copy this part. Paste that into all of these. Except I want this one to be positive. Missed the dot on all of them. That's the issue with copy pasting. When you make a mistake, yeah, mistake gets copied everywhere. This becomes 0. This becomes 5. This becomes 5. This becomes 0. And you're -5. Alright. With that, that should put our camera in a nice spot so we can actually see what we're doing. Okay, cool. So now we have our little arena here that all the stuff will fall inside. Not 2D, free cam. Why can I? Okay, there we go. So we have our little box that the fruit will fall into. Shouldn't be able to fall out of it either because it's all got some thickness to it. Okay. Right. So next is to, I guess we'll add a move camera function that'll let us move the camera around. So move camera, which is going to be which is a query for a transform with camera 3D, like so. We need inputs. Fun. So input, which is so close. So close, so close. It's button input. Button input, and then we say delta delta equals vector 0. Sure. If s minus z, okay. If a minus x, if d plus x, okay, then except it's key, not key. It's not w, it's key. I wonder if Copilot actually learns from people using Copilot, or whether it's purely just stuff that's uploaded to GitHub, and that's why it's so out of date. It's because it's using the stuff that's old. Not sure that works. We don't want to add spacebar. We want to say for camera in camera camera.translation plus equals delta times. We need time. Time. Then we say times time dot delta sec. Okay. And then we need to add that to update. So add system update. Move camera. Okay. See how well this goes. We at some point need to load the assets. So, oh, it got that definitely wrong. So close, but so wrong. This is so weird. It's moving the wrong direction is what's happening here. So, first off, I think that means that the camera's probably actually rotated wrong. Yep, the editor crashes. Anyway, I think you're supposed to be Z. Doesn't really make any sense to me, but it's what it's doing in the game, so that's what we'll fix. Okay, so we move the camera. So we don't really need another function, so we need like a resource. Okay. And now it's backwards. Okay, so just fix it that way because I'm tired. Derive resource struct food handles, which is going to be a handle hash map that's going to hold food type and handle to mesh handle to be seen, I think. Then we need to do like struct food type. Enum food type. Then I need to derive hierarchical equal hash on you. So first is avocado dash half. Okay, fine. Avocado half. Okay, we'll check there's an avocado as well. So, avocado, apple, and apple half. Obviously, I'm not going to load all of them, but yeah, is there only bacon and bacon raw? So we'll say like there was a banana, wasn't there? Banana. Apparently there's also a beet. There's a broccoli I can see. Okay. So then we need to import from world for food handles from world, and we say let set server equals world dot. It's not get resource, it's just resource. GitHub resource. Set server. You don't need to unwrap because resource. Okay, and then we say yep, sure. Then for we need to include strum now, I guess. Trying to think how to do this in like a way that's not going to result in me just having to type everything out. I guess I'm gonna have to type everything out, aren't I? So I'm gonna go to strum. I'm gonna go strum equals this, and we need strum macros. Thank you. So we need to go strum macros enum iter. Then we're gonna say for food in food types iter. Not quite. So close. It's first off, it's food slash the food's name .glb hash scene 0, I think is how you do it. You don't have to call as string on this. That's not how that works. Then we say handles, and then we return food handles. Like that. We need to import strometer. Okay. See, the issue is that I could probably just tell the thing to ignore. So if we do that, I don't think I can put dashes in it though. Yeah, I can't. So can I say dot replace underscore with dash, and then we'll put underscores, and then I need to yell at you. Let's say set up 2 lowercase. I need to go somehow Clippy. Ignore non types. No, how do I do this? No, somehow I got to just see like Clippy. I ask add Clippy ignore tab, please. Hey, so close. Allow Clippy. Hey, hi man, how you doing? I am melting because it is really, really hot here, and so I'm like soaked with sweat at the moment. It's actually kind of disgusting. Just allow. Okay, there we go. Fixed it. So that should let them all load without needing to specifically program anything looking for them. And then we need to come up here and say here we need to go. Wait, no, that's my debug stuff, so it's main stuff. Here, init resource food handles. Okay. So we are going to at some point need to make assets of the food. Because when I'm going to throw them, I'm going to need to know like the object size and stuff like that. I wish it was windy. No, it's middle of summer now. It's really, really hot. Not as hot as it has been. We were getting days that were like 35, 40 degrees. It's just absolutely horrible. At the moment, I don't think I've got anything that's going to tell me the weather. We'll just go weather. Actually, I don't want to do that because I might dox myself. Looking at my phone. What does the weather say it is? The weather says it is 34 degrees. That's outside, and I'm currently inside on the second story, so it's even fucking hotter. Anyway, we need to have like an fn spawn food. No, spawn food. It actually got that pretty good. We need input, button input, mouse button. Then we say if input dot just pressed mouse button left. Okay, we want to use rand now. Rand. Okay. So we want a resource of like available fruit. So we can do something like available. Oh. I think I just added that to the fucking dictionary, didn't I? Yeah, ignore that. Go away. I don't personally plan on making it for platforms, but Bevy does compile to Android and iOS, from what I understand. So in theory, you could take the code and compile it for mobile platforms. My issue with that is mobile platforms are really hard to develop for, from what I understand. Like you need to like set your phone to like developer mode, and it's really hard to like load and test things on them. So it's outside of my skill level to even develop for mobile phones. But Bevy does in fact have the features to do so. So available foods is just going to be food, and it's going to be a vector of food type, like that. And then from world for available food. From world, and then we're going to say available food type. Don't collect all of the foods, thank you. The idea of this is to say vect and then food type. So the only type of food that can spawn is an avocado half. Okay, like that. And then down here we're going to say you need to be a resource. That's cool. Learning Japanese is interesting. I've tried to learn French before, but I suck at learning other languages because I just sort of get distracted, ADHD and all. One day I might. Japan is definitely a place like I was planning on visiting this year, but then it didn't end up happening because life, depression, fun. But yeah, I was gonna go. I really like Japan's culture and everything. I obviously wouldn't make videos because I'm not like one of those horrible YouTubers that goes over there and decides that it's content. It would have just been for my own enjoyment. Okay, so if okay, so we're gonna say if not, because I like to return it early and then not nest everything. Return. Okay. Let food equal available food dot sample. I think it's sample. And then we just need to make sure we include. Nope. It's definitely somewhere. It's within 5 years. I personally don't find Rust that hard. Mostly because it's so strongly typed. Like I tried to learn C++ years back now. I couldn't work it out because so much of the language is obscure and like you had to include string, and I couldn't get my head around headers and stuff like that. Where it's like technically you're importing the declarations of what a type is, but not any of the logic related to the type, so that the compiler can really quickly compile your code without knowing. And it just didn't make sense to me because a lot of C++ is like the compiler will insert big chunks of code that you don't get to see because you said at the top, define this or import this. Whereas Rust, it's like you can like actually understand where everything's coming from. I would probably have a better time now with trying to learn C++ because I also like to teach myself rather than like go and learn. And C++ is like you can't really teach yourself because one, everyone says something different and all the code's written funny, but like it's just so much harder to get even something compiling. Like Rust, you download Rust up and you download, it gives you cargo and everything, and you just run. C++, you've got to do like a whole build chain thing. Like every compiler is slightly different. It's just a bit weird. It's not even that Rust's a new concept, because one, Rust's pretty old now. Like, ugh, I feel old. Rust's 2015, I think Rust came out. So that makes Rust a fairly old language now. Like it's almost 10 years old. It's more that Rust does things differently to the majority. And until it becomes super popular, people don't like change. And so I never had an issue with lifetimes because I never had to use non-lifetime stuff. Like I always used lifetimes. The hardest time I ever had with Rust was when I was porting something that I'd written in C# into Rust, and it kept yelling at me about an issue going like, hey, you can't do this. And it was because I was writing the code wrong. Like there was a bug that Rust was like, no, you can't do that. And when I fixed it, Rust compiled, whereas the C# code just had a bug that, you know, I don't think it really mattered because it was something like I was modifying a value inside of a loop, so it never really mattered because it was just copying the value. But Rust was saying, you know, you can't do that. And I probably would have had a hell of a time trying to find the bug if I ever actually stumbled into where it was important. But like Rust just doesn't let you compile if you've got those kinds of bugs. I forgot what I was doing. Rand, I think it's sequence, and then it's slice random. The book. Yeah, okay. I don't think Python is easy to master. Yeah, that's why, like, that was what I didn't like about Python. Like, as I've tried to explain to people before, because then they're like, oh, you know, like, why not Python? It's like, the issue with Python is that you can make a mistake and it will go, oh, I know what you wanted to do. Coerce the type. So you might write the word to, coerce the type. And then, like, spend like 3 or 4 functions where it's like, I know what you're doing, and keeps coercing the type to whatever type it needs. And then one type goes, no, I need it to be this type. And then it just crashes because like they use the triple equal sign or whatever, where it's like it needs to be exact, not just like coercion's not allowed. And then it's like, it'll crash there, not where you made the mistake, which makes Python really hard to debug because you have to hope that everyone else is doing the right thing, because otherwise a type might get coerced into a type, then passed to your function, and it's actually wrong when it gets to you, or it won't crash until 6 or 7 functions later, whereas Rust just won't let you pass the wrong type in. Sometimes it's really annoying, like especially with like slices, and where I'm like, I know that this is 8 bytes long, and I'm passing to it, and it's saying, hey, no, I'm only allowed to accept it if it's exactly 8 bytes wrong. I'm like, it is, but because I only have a reference, I'm not allowed to pass it to you as a reference, because the reference doesn't know, so you got to like try into and then do all this other stuff. It can be annoying, but like that's more like niche cases where you're trying to do something that in reality you're probably doing it wrong. It's more what it comes down to. Now, what is the I don't remember what it's choose. Yeah, slice random choose. Okay. So that gives us our food type, and then we're going to go commands.spawn. Next we need the food equals food handles dot get food dot expect all food should be loaded. Then we say commands dot spawn. I think it's scene root. Food dot clone. Next we need to pass it the transform, so we need to get the player's position. It's gonna be player, which is query transform camera. Say let player equal player dot single. Then we say, hey, you're spawned at player. Dereference it. So you're spawned here. Then we need to say you need a rigid body, dynamic, and a collider ball with a radius of 0.1. I don't know how big the fruit's going to be, so we'll try that. That should spawn us everything. Yeah. I know. If you watched yesterday's stream, I think I did that where I wrote like a programmed a whole bunch of shit and then went like run and it compiled and it ran. It didn't work per se, but that's more because I forgot to include the thing that let me actually like test the code. But it was just that, yeah, there's something else about Rust when you can write huge chunks of code without it needing to compile. Like my IDE will run cargo check every time I save, and it's like it's really nice when you can write a whole bunch of code, save, and there's no red lines. It's no like, hey, it won't even compile, and it's like, oh yes, it's working. It's even better when the code works first try, but that's the nice thing about Rust, is that I can be fairly sure if it at least compiles, it'll run. And like get to a point where I can like start debugging stuff rather than spending ages trying to work it out. So it's saying that I probably spelled scene wrong. The file beat does not contain the label. Yeah, because I spelt it wrong. Oh, because I'm too lowercasing it. Yeah, that's going to be annoying, isn't it? Okay, fine. We will say you don't work on Python because on Unix. Linux, that's the word, Linux, because I can't lowercase it. Just replace underscores with dashes. It's annoying. It won't work on Linux because Linux has a case-sensitive file system. Now, what did you complain about? No path avocado dash half, isn't it? I could have sworn there was a file called avocado dash half glb. Did I spell avocado different? Yes, I did. Hilarious. Don't mind me not being able to spell. Avocado half. Avocado. That's pretty bizarre. This is true. Yeah. The one thing I do wish the Rust compiler would do though is no, it's spelled wrong over here. Is how to explain it. I wish the Rust compiler would automatically add semicolons and stuff like that. Like when the compile error is. Wait. Why did that one have a D, but that one doesn't? I don't think I put that in there. That's a spelling mistake with the like asset pack. Weird. Anyway, let's go back to spelling it that way because it then doesn't yell at me. I don't know why it's got a D in it. I don't think I changed the spelling at all. That just actually implies that there was a spelling mistake. Yeah, it is annoying when like you spend 30 seconds for it because it took 8 seconds that time. Sometimes it's like 30 seconds for that final package to compile, no matter what you're doing. And then it's just like really annoying when it does that. I never added the spawn. And then it tells you, oh, you missed a semicolon. I wish it would automatically add the semicolon, like not in release builds, but in debug builds, add the semicolon automatically. Still emit an error, but don't stop the compilation. Like, just run it. The other one that's program is purely a hobby for me. I'm a machinist by trade. I'm getting my apprenticeship in machining. Oh, it crashed. So I make round things basically for a living, operating machines, pulling levels, twiddling dials, that kind of thing, to make shiny things, shiny round things. Get sidetracked because I kind of want to be sidetracked. I don't want to work out this error at the moment. This one. We're going to go LA. Nope, that's not. I can't spell. Machine. Lathe. I work on one of these. Make round things all day. I enjoy it. It's fun. Anyway, that's what I do. Yeah, programming is just a hobby that I do on the side. No, I've never done any OS development. I've looked into it. Like, it's kind of really cool. Like, I like watching people develop OSs, but I don't think I could ever do it. So what are you saying? Multiple entities? Why am I spawning multiple entities with the camera? Is this not running only startup? Setup camera, setup map. Am I spawning? How am I getting... Oh, because... we need to define the plan. Insert component. Component struct. Call you player. And then when we set up the camera, we're going to give you a player. Like so. And then we go... We say instead of camera, it's player, please. I realize the editor adds extra cameras, so it crashes when it tries to get just a singular camera. The hope is that when we click it, it'll fire a little ball. Hey! Quick. So it's not quite correct because the avocado is apparently like offset. They should land on each other and be able to like... If I drop lots of them, they're gonna... apparently not. Interesting. So the question with that one... Ew. Now give me free camera, please. I need to be able to fly around. Nope. So, I don't know why they don't fall off of each other. Is it because they're perfectly landing on top of each other? Yeah, they can definitely roll. So, like, it's just like a perfectly synced up thing. Oh yeah, I should also make this not be able to go over the edges. Should grab. Alright, so I definitely need to make the spheres in a different spot relative to the this will explode. So it needs like a child with the collider, so with I think it's with child, and then it's something like this. We need the collider to be in there, and we need the translation from translation vet3 new. I want to say it's gonna be up like half a unit. What size are they? So it's gonna be like half a unit up and probably half a unit backwards. So I think you would be 0 and you'd be negative 0.05. I think that's going to be what we need to make the sphere in the right spot to line up with the material. Let's see. Nope. Not quite. We can hear, we got a free camera. Free camera down. Oh, okay. Well, for one thing, apparently that's broken there. Why are they not? I think place that Bevy's really going to fit is it's going to be replacing Godot's niche. The whole thing with Go is it's not so much for small games, it's for free or open source games. Like, I didn't realize Unity was a mobile game platform as much as it was just like Unity is just another alternative. It used to be really good for free developers, and then they kind of went all scorched earth on that for whatever reason. That Unity decided it needed to blow up those bridges. But Godot is Bevy, like the equivalent. Like Godot's just been around longer, so is therefore more popular, and also I think aimed slightly more at beginners, because it's, you know, you can write like a Godot script, which is Python equivalent, whereas Rust's a bit of a more heavy language. So I think that Bevy's going to take the higher end of where Godot sits. So it's going to be for people that want to make like really computationally intense games, or games that push the boundary. Because the one thing that the advantage of Godot is, because it's open source, you can get access to certain underlying features that you can't in things like Unity and Unreal. So people like make really impressive stuff in Godot because they can access stuff that they otherwise wouldn't be able to get to. And Bevy's the same, but just written in a different language. So I think Bevy will kind of fill that niche. I think Bevy is better, but Godot will win. Like, no doubt Godot will win, because Godot is more approachable for beginners. Like, because Godot has Godot script and is writable in a format that anyone can pick up and go. Like, I've seen some really amazing stuff made in Godot. And I've also seen some stuff where it's like similar to how like Unity got a reputation for being bad games were made in Unity. Wasn't because Unity was bad at making games, it's because Unity forced bad developers to put Unity at the beginning of every game, whereas if you were an actual developer that could do a quality product, Unity was like, oh, you don't have to put our branding on it anymore. Like, if you paid for Unity, you didn't have to put the branding, which made Unity get a reputation for bad games, because only people that weren't making money from it had to say they were using Unity. So Godot has that same kind of thing of like, there's some really amazing stuff you could do with it, but you wouldn't know it was made in Godot. And because of the simplicity of the like entry level stuff, where it's like, you know, it's made in Godot, it means that Godot's getting popular. Like, people are starting to be like, oh, hey, Godot's an alternative, but only because people know about it now. Whereas Bevy's still at that level of like, nobody really knows Unity exists. Bevy exists. Why are they able to fall through? But not always. That is the most bizarre thing. I don't know what is going on here. Why are they sometimes getting stuck? Is it because it's too thin? I wouldn't have thought so. Okay. We also... They're not in the right spots. Did I not save this? Is this... Yeah, I know the collision detection's being weird though, because it's sometimes sticking. Like, I don't know how far behind you guys are in terms of the stream, but like, it's sometimes colliding. And one thing I can think is that it's only like 0.1 thick, which makes it like possible that they're moving fast enough by the time they get to it that they're like clipping through. You can turn on continuous collision detection for that. Okay, that's definitely correct. Like, I thought they were falling through because I was putting the collider on the child, which can cause issues with the fact that it's not actually like at the right location. But like, as you can see, like some of them have landed, and once they land on it, they're fine. Which makes me think that it's continuous collision detection is weird. All right, let's go. When we set up the map, can I make these like a little bit thicker? So we'll make you like 10.5, and then I'll make you a half thickness 5. If I add a whole bunch of a half thickness to it, it should make it like nearly impossible for it to clip through like that. That's just really bizarre. Anyway, so that's... Okay, that one didn't clip through. Like, if I drop a whole bunch now, maybe it was just too thin. Okay, they must have just been gaining enough speed to clip through. Interesting. Next is to like move the collider so it's in the right spot. 3.1. See if 0.1's enough. This is where I wish the editor was working, because then I'd be able to do it like directly in the editor and work out exactly where they need to be placed. But now we have to mess around with. Yeah, that's right. Go back to 3 camera. Don't mind me drinking on stream again. It's mango liquor, Monster Energy drink. Yum yum yum. Just need that caffeine, you know. Why are you not letting me fire up? There we go. Keep ending up in the wrong state. Okay. So I think the Z direction is the wrong direction. Yeah. So I reckon if we must be the X direction. Looks about right. Yeah, it's probably just it needs to move probably neither, just the Y. We'll just do like that. And that should put them in the right spot. Okay. We'll just drop a whole bunch more in. Alright. They're looking a bit silly, but other than that. Alright. So next we need to like handle collision detection and changing them into like the different type. So combine. Who do? Yeah, thanks GitHub. So I want collision detection. I don't know how to do it. Is it rapier, isn't it? So context. Rapier context. I think I need to grab that as a resource. I think that's how that works. And then we can say so we need commands because we need to despawn one of them. We need query which is going to be a query for what do we need? We don't know its transform. We need its food type, which we need to now make that a component so that we can attach that to the correct type component. That so somewhere we keep it. So we're going to rename you to food underscore handle, like so, and then we have our this and this and this, and then we okay. So we got to go food here, like so. It's going to need to dereference you because otherwise you're not the right type. Okay. Because it's not clone and copy, is it? Clone and copy, please. Okay. What do you mean food type can't be found in the scope? Oh, it's yep, type. Okay, clone copy. Let me just go away. Trying to keep the yellow lines to a minimum so I don't get annoyed by them. So the rapier context is saying something about okay. So I'm going to need the food type. I guess we need its translation, don't we? We'll need its transform. So we can despawn the two that collide, respawn. Okay, so why are you complaining? Rapier context is not a rapier. Okay, how am I supposed to use you if you're not a resource? Apparently you're a component. That doesn't make any sense. Why are you a component? That is very confusing. That is why have you done it that way, Rapier? You don't need to unwrap if you call single, it'll crash. Then we can do like context dot call pairs. Contact pairs. I have done my own physics system. If you look on my channel, I think I've got 2 of them. There's like way back, like many years ago, I did making a platformer. I'm pretty sure I did physics in the first episode of that, and also I did a 0 to Pong. In that, I wrote my own physics system in the first episode, and then used Bevy Rapier after that. Rapier has an alternative in Avion, I think it's called, which is like bird themed. That's by the name Avion. The issue with that is it's written to work inside of the ECS, which means that because it runs in post update, your entire game grinds to a halt if the physics grinds to a halt, and the physics can't run in parallel with everything else, which makes sense because like if you're ever tweaking transforms, obviously the physics can't be running parallel to that. But it does mean that like I can run like my Minecraft clone with Bevy Rapier and load like 10,000 chunks and run at 30 FPS with with Avion, even without debug rendering the chunks, just having the physics running for that many chunks ground it to like 2-3 FPS. Okay, it's just too slow. It's great for small games, and if you want to be able to like tweak the physics more controlled, like Rapier I think has an issue of probably a frame lag, I would guess, of you change something and then it has to pass it to the context, run the physics, and pass it back. But whereas everyone doesn't do that, but it does mean that everyone is slower. Like it's just not as fast. I want to know what a contact pair looks like. What the hell is a contact pair view? Okay, so for not capital C, contact. Maybe I'm using the wrong thing. Is there another pairs? Pair. Intersection pairs? Contact pairs, okay. Gotta be contact pairs. Okay, so if we say contact pairs, and then we say contact dot collider 1, okay, contact dot collider 2. So we have our 2 colliders, so that means that we technically need to get, okay, so we need to let okay food 1 pos 1 equals query dot get like that. Else continue, because continue means that it's not food. We do the same thing with you, and except we say you 2 and 2. You don't need to be mutable. It depends. I personally think physics engines are one of those things that they're really cool if you want to learn how to make a physics engine. If you're planning on making like a massive world game or something like that, maybe look into writing your own physics, because it sucks when you run into something like an issue with Rapier and you can't do the kind of game that you want to do. The other thing is what I've learned from doing videos and stuff is you will be amazed the terminology you learn when you're trying to write your own that will then let you use Rapier more easily. Like I did a video going over every component that Bevy Rapier introduces, and there's things like restitution, dampening, what's the other ones? I'm trying to think what they're called now. I can't remember them. But there's things like that where it's like you will learn these terms, what they actually mean, and therefore like what to search for when you're going, hey, it's doing this kind of behavior. So you got velocity. What else is there? Is it inertial one? I don't think so. We can probably just go into the Bevy preview here. Go, what do you conclude? Controls, dynamic, geometry, rendering. I went into a Rapier, yeah. One of these. Geometry, math, pipeline, plugin. It's not in plugin, is it? Yeah, I don't know. But there's a whole bunch of them that, like, when you introduce your own, you'll learn what these terms mean and why you implement them, that kind of thing. So you'll learn that dampening is referring to the fact that it's trying to drag things back to their normal value. And so dampening, when you're going, hey, I want this to behave in a certain way, you know that it's the dampening value that you need to change. The dampening also has things inside it, if I remember correctly. Linear dampening and angular dampening. So linear being moving forward and backwards, like in Cartesian coordinates, and angular dampening being if it's spinning, how quickly does it stop spinning. Restitution, I believe, is how much energy it bounces back with. So like if you have the coefficient being like the half that you apply. So basically, if you have a restitution of 0, I think it means that you get no energy back. So everything that hits it will just stop dead. If you have a restitution greater than 1, it means anything that hits it will bounce off with more energy than it entered with. And it's that you will know to look for these terms more than anything else. And you'll know how to tweak those values. But as for actually using them in your game, it's not necessary to write your own. It just helps you know and learn those kinds of things, like what to tweak, what values. People have said to me before, like on stream, where like, oh, I'm very fluent at the language, like I can quickly go and find what I'm looking for. And that's that kind of thing. Is I've written these before, so I know what terms to Google, sort of thing. Anyway, if food 1 does not equal food 2, continue. Otherwise, we're going to say I wouldn't say it's hard. It's more like to do it efficiently is hard. Yes, that's why you use Rapier. You don't write your own. For if you're actually going to do any kind of large scale, like unless you're intending to go full on commit to making one, you're probably not going to use your physics engine outside of platformers or something like that. But like writing an actual physics engine isn't hard because there's tons of tutorials out there. Writing an efficient physics engine is. I don't know, when you say rig and join systems, I think you're meaning like joint, something like that. Is, again, it's not hard on an individual level, but it is hard to make a very efficient and like cohesive whole. So it's one of those, if you're interested, learn it. If not, just learn how to use it. Like it's not required reading, I wouldn't think. I personally think that making a Minecraft clone is sort of like one of those, everyone should do it, even if you've got no interest in making something that's like Minecraft-esque looking, just because of what you will learn about the game engine trying to make a Minecraft clone. Like you will learn all sorts of weird stuff and edge cases and things like that. And it's more like it teaches you how to learn. And there's enough tutorials out there. Most people are familiar enough with Minecraft to not need to go and like actually look up how to do something. You can just go, hey, this is how I think it should be done. Try it, see how it feels, tweak things. I spent like an hour on stream once trying to work out how to make it so when my character walked into a wall at an angle, he went down the wall rather than just stopping because he was hitting a wall. Because originally I was running my own logic and it's like, hey, if you're going to move into a block, stop. And then it's like, well, that means that even if you hit the block at a really steep angle, you don't continue moving, you just stop. So I was like, okay, what I'll do is work out the angle that you bounced off, work out what you should be, and then move you that much. So if you're pointing directly to a wall, you won't move, but if you're slightly off center, so it's looking slightly left or right, you'll slide down the wall a little bit. And it teaches you a lot. So, I think that's correct. I think that's the middle. And then we're going to say commands dot entity contact dot collider one dot despawn. Thank you. You are very clever, Copilot. Weird how sometimes it gets things exactly right, other times it gets very confused. Then we say commands dot spawn. Ooh, we need to go like food dot next, I guess. So we need to import food type like so. If that's interesting that it seems to think that that's a way of doing that. So I need to go something like, I think it's strum macros from repr. And then we're going to go down here and we say rep r, you know, I'm going to use 16. Can't see myself using more than fucking 64,000 fruit. Next, it takes in self and returns self. And then we do some fancy math. We need to also implement the really fun thing of enum count. We come down here and we say let yep, that's correct. That is exactly what I want you to do, actually. Thank you for that. We need to import that though. And then we might as well like fn. Yes, come on. You had it previous. Don't do this. You need to check that first. That's okay. Next is not that. It's if let self let current equals self as u16, and then we say if current is equal to 0, then count -1, otherwise current -1. There we go. Yeah, I loved answering the questions. They were interesting questions. And yeah, Happy New Year to you. I think you guys are slightly ahead of us, but yeah, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the 31st of December. I kind of forgot about New Year's. It'll definitely be interesting. Time, I don't know. Maybe I'll stream all the way to midnight. Probably not, but I can dream. Anyway, so we want to spawn, and we want to sure scene.handles.food1. No, not food1. Let food equal food1.next. Okay. Okay, so it's not context food handles, you weird little. I like how I just make shit up sometimes. Like, it's so close to intuitive, but it's not quite there. I think it's because it couldn't go back up and add it to the top there, otherwise it probably would have got it right. It's not handles. Okay, handles.get under up decline. Okay, cool. And then we need to give you food. Thank you. Not. I also don't dereference it. Also reference here is a food. And your translation is position. I want. Oh, not in it. I wonder if this is going to work. It's like half written by AI, so fuck knows if it's going to do anything I expect it to do. Seems correct. It seems like what I was trying to do is despawn the 2 fruit that were there and spawn the new fruit. Now, one thing we need to do. Well, first off, apparently they didn't collide, which is interesting to me. That or they did and they became whole avocados and then it actually worked first try. But I highly doubt that for some reason. Just something tells me that's not how it worked. Yeah. So why are you not colliding? Oh, they fell over. So it's probably just not getting collision detection. Perhaps. Maybe, I don't know. Is this running at all? No, it's not. That would, explain some of the fucking... Yeah, okay. Yeah, it helps if you run your code. No, I always forget to do that. I think there's a plugin I saw once that automatically added, like it automatically detected systems and added them. That was like, yeah, it's an interesting. I don't think it's going to work. Yeah. Now, the question I'm really curious about is it actually detecting them colliding? It feels like it should be, but it's probably not. Can I get you to print line something? The other thought is that it's just not getting there. So, can you print that contact? Apparently contact doesn't implement debug. My worry is it's probably hitting the child because we had to offset them like that. Yeah, interesting. So it's probably hitting the child and not the actual fruit. So I think the cheekier thing to do with that is do this. Do this. Do this. Because that means that the mesh is now the child instead of making the collide of the child. Because I'm pretty sure collision detection uses the child, which is annoying. Hey, they did something. I mean that looks like they did something. Now I'm a little bit worried at the fact that you seem to have spawned well, apparently apples, which is weird because it's supposed to be half avocado to avocado to half apple, half to apple. Okay, now I think I need to call so one thing I'm not giving them is a collider. That's hilarious. Also, why am I? Oh, because I've obviously moved off. Oh yeah, and then once they're all up there, aren't they? Yes, indeed they are. So we need to make sure that we do the same thing here. We go dot with child. Firing ball. Yep, do that. And also that bit. Except the collider's not up there. The collider is here. Now, one issue I'm going to say here is that it's definitely like about 100% going to spawn multiples because I'm pretty sure there's a collision A to B and B to A. So in theory, it should skip all the way to the final fruit because it's going to always spawn 2. Apparently it's broccoli. I will then need to make an asset thing that lets me so when they hit, we end up with what? I'm assuming a broccoli because I can't see why it wouldn't be anything. Up. What are we getting? Well, apparently, I'm probably still not despawning the thing correctly. Because I think there's a whole avocados there too. That looks like a whole avocado. Is it raining full avocados? They're still half avocados. That's a half avocado. Why are you not... What the fuck is getting stuck up here? Well, we're obviously not despawning them correctly. I think it's despawn recursive. Okay. That should fix that issue, because I'm pretty sure that's all that was happening there, is it's just not despawning them correctly. And it's so, but therefore it's leaving the thing behind. The question with that is, you should now be... you should be spawning the avocados. Some of the avocados have turned into half apples, but none of the... I am unclear on why this is... Okay. Okay. And then... That, now I got a full apple. And then we're going to stack some more avocado. Okay, so there must be a half apple on top of a full apple. Yep, yep. Okay, and then should drop another... oh no, because I've moved. I need to start again. Just start stacking them up. Okay, there's a half apple and an apple, half apple, apple, pineapple. Okay. There's a half apple on top of a normal apple. And okay. Somehow, the avocados are ending up underneath. Come on. Drop. I don't think I can move around is the issue. At some point. How are you getting underneath? Okay. If I drop this one, I drop this one, I should turn a full avocado. Drop this and should end up on top. And then drop it. I think the half ended up underneath. God damn it. Stop doing that. Okay, surely if this stack of fucking avocados falls over. I just need to combine more of them. There we go. Are we getting past apples? Also, I feel like those are oranges, but apparently they're apples. We should also add a sun. Come on, just keep raining the shit down. Eventually we'll have to end up with the next level. Okay. We should also almost certainly be combining their momentums and everything as well. Okay, oop, I saw a banana. I saw a banana. Oop, banana. Okay. Oop, banana. This is already a lot of fun. So at the moment, I'm just dropping them. Okay. So trick is also, we need to take more than just your transform. We need to grab your velocity. Velocity. Is angular momentum something? I need you to actually give me intelligence, not just what you fucking think I'm trying to type. No. Is it possible that velocity contains linear and angular? Yes, it does. Okay, so I wonder, can we take a velocity and times it by 2? Maybe, possibly, I don't know. Okay, then we want to say let vel equal... you need to be vel 1 and vel 2, and then you need to be equal to vel 1 plus vel 2. Did they implement that? No. Dot angular plus dot angular divided by 2. So that means you need to become angular, and then you become linear. You become linear. And you become linear, and then when we get here, we go velocity. Yep, and then we go, yep. And we go, okay, so we have our linear and our angular velocities, and then we need to make sure you have a velocity default. So, hey, run. Okay. So they shouldn't just stop now. Now the question more becomes like, do they just turn into like ballistic missiles as they collide into each other? Now, what I'm curious about is how have I managed to make a physics engine that doesn't have the issue of them colliding together? In theory, the triple should still be an issue, which is basically like, if 3 things hit that are the same, then they can technically combine into 2 copies. I like how they bounce. Hey, banana! Much easier to get a banana this time. What came out banana, like broccoli or something? Okay. So next we need to make like an asset and call it like the fruit or food asset. And I need to include like weird stuff. Yeah, okay. So I think it's going to be easier to do it that way, is to make like just go to here and go. So we need Control I. Make a food asset. I want to see what it does. Okay, that's terrible, but I love it. Goodbye. We need a struct food asset. Sure. Scene, which is going to be so this is going to be a string. Like so. We should probably jump into here and go, hey, can you get me a RON? Because we're going to need to use RON to load our assets. All right, so then we get the fun part. So first off, I'm going to go up to the top, back up here and go pub struct food. So food is the fun part. You derive asset. We need to use Bevy prelude. Thank you. Okay, so food needs a scene. Okay. Food type, yes, important. Collider, which is apparently a collider. So except you need to be a Bevy Rapier 3D prelude collider, right? Versus our collider, which is going to be down here. We're going to collider, which is going to be a ball with an F32 capsule with an F32 in a box with a deck 3 maybe. Yeah, we'll call it F32. Like so. We need SERDI, don't we? That's what we were missing. I knew there's always something else you add with RAND. Oh, with RON, I mean, not RAND. Rand can go on its own. Within 30. Next is to go. Derive. Please derive. Serialize. Deserialize. Same with food asset. Derive, serialize, and deserialize. So next is to rename you. Not assets, food. I want to rename food. Food. Well, maybe we should not rename food. Maybe we should go to assets and add a new folder called meshes. GLBs. Right. And then we add food. Can we like reveal an explorer, please? Just so much easier to navigate. There we go. Okay. So we go to assets. And then, no, it's the other way around. You need to be renamed. GLB. And then rename you your food. Thank you. Okay. So, inside of food, we need to go new text. This is going to be called, why did you hide my spelling away from me? Apple. We'll write a quick little test script that'll automatically generate these in a second, but we're just going to make one for now. Apple dot dash half dot glb. Nope, not glb. Rename dot food. There you go. Cool. So next is we need to go like new new dot vs code new folder settings dot json. Let's see if chat the Copilot can get this. Add settings that makes VS Code use run language server to parse dot food files. That is correct, I believe. Okay. I believe that's correct. I'll have to double check if we do it like this. Maybe not. Maybe it's not correct. Anyway, we'll leave it for now. We need to go here. We need to go, hey, you're an asset. We need to go maybe FM plugin. Init asset food. We need to say offset as well. Scene offset, which is a 3. Thank you. All right. So you need your scene, you need a food type, which is also a food type. A collider, which is a collider, and a scene offset, which is a vec3, Question is, does that work? Do I have to enable serialize on Bevy? Guess we'll find out. So I'm gonna go here. We're gonna go, hey, can you add plugins, assets, plugin. I made a private. It's interesting. Pub. Apparently you don't implement type path. Okay, so we need reflect. Okay, can we just put type path? Can just put type path. Okay, now you go to food type and say, hey, you need to also be serialized, please. Like that. Yes. Hello. So we now have our food asset. These are all need to be public as well, so we can access them from the other file. I don't remember how to load a folder. Yeah, probably not the best thing to do anyway. Wait, no, it would be a good thing to do, wouldn't it? So I'm curious if this is going to work. This might just end up not working at all, but we're going to say add to lookup. And we're going to say something really silly like event reader loaded asset event for food, right? Then we go back up here and we go, hey, this somewhere food handles. We take food handles and we're going to drop it inside assets here. So we can say, hey, food handles. Can I also get you to init resource food handles? But I think I just want you to be default now, because I don't want to yeah, cool that. Yep. Yeah, cool. Can we, I'm gonna take this, I'm just gonna paste it in here and comment it out, because I might end up needing it again, but in theory I shouldn't. Okay, so why are you complaining? Something about initiating food. Cannot find valid plugin in module assets. Why can't you find plugin? Should be a valid plugin. Is your problem that this file wasn't compiling and therefore you're not allowed to do that? Better util. Okay. We also need access to food. I've put food handles, which is a res mute food handles. So what I'm planning here is basically that when they're loaded, it's going to add them to the list, which should mean that I can just say, hey, load the folder, and then hopefully this runs before they get unloaded. I don't know when Bevy cleans up unreferenced handles, but I should just be able to call it and then drop it. So for event in loaded, I think it's not read, isn't it? Not read. We also need access to the food. So food res assets food. I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll find out. Asset events. No, I want the actual match event. Okay. Added, modified, removed. Don't care about any of these. So any of these, you can just continue doing you. Okay. So added. We need to say let food equal food.get ID dot expect food just loaded. Okay. Then we say food handles dot. Ooh. The handles dot insert food dot food type, comma. Let's say food dot. Right. We should probably rename you to food assets then, so I can access you. Food assets like that. And we say we get food assets dot hand strong. Get strong handle ID. So reference that. That should work. So we need to add to lookup. We need to say like dot add systems update. The only issue is that this may end up running one out of sync. Why did you not work? Okay. Now what's your problem? Food assets. But expect, I don't know, this to work, I guess. Just love writing messages for future me to get really annoyed at when I find. Because, like, the hope is that this never causes a... Oh, because you're expecting scenes, yeah. You hold handles to food, please. Right, you're holding a handle to food. That, thank you. The idea is that it should... The data is referenced. Wait, but getting strong handle should return me a strong handle. So why can't I guess this must need you mutably? It does, okay. I guess I let handle equal. Do that. Okay. As I say, the idea is that it should work without any issues. And therefore I should never see this error message ever again. But when it does turn up, boy will I be annoyed, because it's just going to say, I don't know, this should work. Anyway, that's just me like trying to piss off future me. Great fun. So cannot find this, so this is in assets. Okay, so we need to make food handles public. So right, so we do that, we do this, then we go, okay, so food handles get handle. Okay, so first off, we just need to remove this bit. We're going to add a function called get, apparently. So we're going to import food handles fn, to be public, pub fn get, which takes in self and a brain's gone to sleep. Food type. And returns a option reference to a handle with food. Okay, which then just calls self dot handles dot get food. It should work fine. Okay, cool. Then we go back to here. We go, okay. So I'm thinking what we need to do then is just whack on I need to make a different food, which is annoying. Component food. Hello, welcome to the stream. I'm writing fancy code for no real reason other than because this project will be done in 2 seconds if I wasn't writing fancy code. Food, handle, and then this is going to have a handle for food. So, yes, please make sure that this asset food, we need to qualify. Yeah, like I'm writing code like this automatically detects when an asset's loaded and adds it to my registry rather than me specifically calling like instead of like me loading each individual asset, it's like, hey, load this folder, and then when the asset's loaded, it should, if it works properly, add itself to the list. Then next, I'm gonna make it so that we, instead of unwrapping the handle and spawning the component using the data inside the handle, we will just attach the handle, and then I'm gonna write some code that'll automatically spawn everything according to that. So we can do some fancy stuff. So instead, you just go like. Who's asking that question again, or someone else asked that question? I'm very confused. Sure, I've already answered the. Yeah, someone else asked that question earlier. This is earlier. It kind of like Bevy sort of fits in the spot where Godot goes. In that it's open source, it's free, and it's sort of small and easy to access. I think Godot will remain more popular just because it's easy to get into with Godot script and everything. And Bevy will take the little higher end, people that are trying to make very specific. So you want to hear the answer to go with the question. Fair enough. Yeah, so Bevy will sort of fit in the higher end level of that. So people that want to make more like niche experimental games with that really like tie themselves into the engine, similar to I forgot what that called was. Tinyscape or something. There was a game made in Bevy that like where it's really like a tech demo more than it is a game sort of thing. Like that's where I think Bevy will sit, is where you need access to that faster speed, and so it's for more advanced users, whereas Godot will be for the people that are happy writing in the equivalent of Python. So it's like you don't need something fast, you'll probably just end up using Godot because it's more common, more popular, whereas Bevy is for the people that want fast but also need that access to the bare metal, whereas Unity and Unreal are for the other end, where it's like you're already a team but you don't want to be working with the engine itself, you just want something that works. So I think Bevy will sort of fit somewhere at that bottom there. Anyway, so we're going to food handle food handle.com. That, I think that should work. Okay, so the next to come up here and go, hey, when we define you, we need to say that you require you're going to require a transform, maybe, a collider, what else do I spawn on you? A rigid body, a velocity, okay, so transform, rigid body, food type will be added later, I think. Yeah, collider. Yep. Yeah, it's oh yeah, I haven't seen any people converting from Godot to Bevy. I've seen a few people sort of compare Godot and Bevy, but like most of the time they don't know Rust, and then they end up shitting on Bevy because they can't get it to work because they don't know how Bevy works. Like they don't understand Rust enough, and then they get really annoyed that like I watched a whole video where he spent ages doing something, and then like at the end of the video he literally put a disclaimer being like, hey, almost all the problems I had in this video are because I didn't know the language going in. Like I was first time using Rust, first time using Bevy, and I'm like, yeah, I know, but you made Bevy look so hard to use because you didn't understand that an ampersand is a reference, and you kept going like, oh, like what does the ampersand mean, and getting like really confused and being annoyed at things not working. And it's like, it like I understand that it can be difficult, but it's like you didn't even look into the language before you started, and you were having issues, and then it makes Bevy sound bad. Yeah, exactly. Like that's where the issue runs into it. Is it's like, is because it feels that off amount of like, it feels like Bevy's bad because this person can't understand it, but it's like it's actually that person didn't do it right, so it feels bad. If that makes sense. Because I sometimes feel really bad because I'll start using something on stream or something, and I don't know how to use it, and it makes it look like it's really hard to do, but it's like, no, I just have no idea what I'm doing. Like shaders, I tried to do shaders yesterday. I couldn't. It was too hard. Anyway, so combine needs food handles apparently. Okay, so we need to. Oh, you're back, Blue. You first one here, and then you're back again. I don't know where you went. I don't know how long ago you left, but you're back. That's cool. I gotta try to remember what I was doing because I've got very sidetracked talking about Bevy. Playing War Thunder, yeah, fair enough. I'd play War Thunder rather than watch my stream, to be honest. That's so I was doing my stream and some guy just came in and he goes, people actually watch this? And I was like, there was nobody else in the stream. I was like, no. And then he left and I was like, yeah, okay, fair enough. Like I was just having fucking time vibing. It's just a lot of practice. Well, it's not even practice. It's like it's purely that I'm writing a lot of code that I already understand. Like I will dig through the actual source code before I go read the docs because it's faster and easier with my IDE just to F12 it and like read the code and work out what it's doing and then continue going on. But that's a me thing. Like that's a yeah. I think. Oh yes. Okay, so we can get rid of that, and then we pass in the food type. Yes. Okay. So the dynamic body. You can do that. You can do that, and then we want to say handle food handle. Got what I was doing. Yeah, it's a lot of practice of just doing the same kind of thing over and over and like getting a good idea of what I'm trying to do, and therefore knowing where I want to go, that kind of thing. That's what's confusing. It's food handle, not food handled. Okay. Food handle. Ooh. Which means you need access to food handles somehow. Food handle is food handles dot get reference to food dot clone dot unwrap dot clone. Should work. Okay. Okay, so we need to work on the fancy smancy code of spawn no more errors. Yeah. Now I'm gonna write more code, which is gonna obviously introduce more errors. Should we do this inside of the assets because technically assets is an asset, it's food, but that's specific. So you need to fn spawn food from handle. Okay, so this is going to be something. Coding and not really, because that's one of those weird things. Like it's something I'm really good at is just learning things. it's part of why I do YouTube, is because I find learning to teach is as a good way of learning myself, because like I sort of have to find out all the other stuff. All right, Fun Blue playing War Thunder or whatever you're gonna go do now. Yeah, so it's hard. It's because it's not really something you can teach. It's my style of programming results in me wanting to understand things on a level that means that I actually end up like digging through the source code. I used to write my Bevy videos like that. I don't do it so much anymore, but like I used to just like read through like the entire source code of the thing that I was looking at doing a video on, and it works really well for like learning all the intricacies, but it can be really slow, and also means that if Bevy hasn't, because they've got better documenting stuff, but it's like if they didn't have documentation and I didn't understand what it was doing, I could very easily give one wrong information, but it's just really hard to find the information sometimes. But I've been doing this for like 4 years now or something using Bevy, so I've kind of just got a knack for it at the moment. Kind of wish I could do this as a job. This would be great, but then again, like I don't think I'm as good as everyone else seems to think I am. Like I don't think I could do this as work, because I would just get stuck doing shit all the time. But that's the idea of like project managers and stuff, is that they make sure that you don't get forever like trying to do something really niche and unnecessary. Okay, so a minute ago, added is a query for things. We need entities. We need mute food type, mute, don't touch the velocity. We need, I don't think we need mutable children. We need children. Ooh, actually, does children work if it's empty? That is the question, because I think I need to specify that, hey, you need to have children. Like that. Ooh, children doesn't have default. Ooh. This is going to be some interesting code. You guys get to learn some new stuff, because I don't think I've done this on stream before. I actually might have done it the other day when I was doing my power grid. It's optional queries, which means that if the type exists, I'll get some. If the type doesn't exist, I'll get none, but I can access it either way and then branch my logic accordingly. Anyway, so what did the asset contain? It contained the scene, say scene, the collider, the offset, the food type. Just kind of it. I think that's kind of it, is it? Okay. So we need that, and then that added. Oh, we also need the handle, obviously. What was it? It was called a food handle. Okay, and then we need added food handle. Okay. Actually, in theory, if you added it, it should not have a child, and I can just get away with pretending like it's query. No, we just need commands. Commands, and we added, and I guess for added. Okay, for entity, food, and handle in mute added. We need to make added mutable, and then we need to get our foods. So food underscore assets, which is a res mute. Oh, no, res assets food, like so. Okay, so then next we go let okay, food data equals food assets dot get handle ID. Oh. Ooh. Dot zero dot ID. There we go. Else warn asset not loaded. Okay, wait. So we go we conclude that you don't actually have to have a food type. Okay, cool. So we're going to get rid of food type as well, which means that this doesn't actually need to be mutable at all. Ignore my mutability. Because we're treating added and modified as two separate things. So we get the asset data, otherwise we warn that and we continue. Because the asset not loaded. Okay, and then next we say, does this return an option or a type? Oh, it's an option. Okay, so it should be some. So then we go here and we go, okay, so next we need to go commands dot entity, and then we dot insert, and then we need to go and grab all of our data types. So we need to say food data dot food type. And that's kind of it. But then we go with child, and the child gets a scene root, which is food dot scene dot clone, and then a with transform from translation, which is also a food data dot scene offset. Okay, and then up here we got to say food data dot collider. Okay, and then we go here. We go, okay, so right, we need to turn you into. We need to clone you. I think. I don't know. I guess we just clone you. Hey, okay. So then we need to do this in update. We need to say, hey, look, add lookup spawn food from handle. Okay, and then next is to go and update food from handle. Now, the issue with this one is I'm pretty sure changed is called regardless, which does kind of mean that you're going to run into some issues. So anyway, so we need the handle. We're going to need food type mute collider. Shouldn't really matter because it might run twice, but it shouldn't do anything. And then children. That makes sense. Like if spawned runs, then update runs, then it shouldn't do anything because it'll just override the value with the same value. So it's technically going to be a little slow. Scenes. Now we say query for scene root and transform. Okay, so then we copy this logic here. We go, you're also grabbing the handle. You need to be mutable. You need to be mutable. So we need the so you grab the handle, food, collider, and children. Yep. Children. Oh, H. Okay, now I need you to be mutable, and you also be mutable. Like so. You go through, you get the food data. So instead of using commands, in theory you should only update, so you shouldn't need commands. We then go food dereferenced equals. Why are you not letting me access you? Why are you not working? Okay. Anyway, let's say food equals food data dot food type dereference collider equals food data dot collider dot clone And then if well, it's like let I think it's okay. Yeah, it must be okay. Let okay. So then it's that, and it's root offset both need to be mutable, and equals themes.get mute children dot first dot expect as one child, else continue. Okay, why are you complaining? Oh, because you'll need to be Bevy Rapier 3D Prelude Collider. You're a different type. Children dot first. Okay, so you're a reference to an entity now. It's fine. Okay. You need to be mutable because obviously. So then when we get down to here, we say root dot 0 equals food data dot scene dot clone, and then we say offset dot translation. Dot translation equals food data dot scene offset. I never used the entity ever again. Yeah. Okay. Do that then. We'll tidy that up a little bit. Okay. So updating food handles means that if I change the food handle, it will update that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You can stop complaining. Trying to keep the yellow lines to a minimum. So I should only need to add the handle. So you need to do your fancy thing to keep that technically setting you dynamic. Now when I spawn this food, I just probably want to put dynamic handle on you, because I don't know what the default state is. Okay, so next we need to add an asset loader to load the food assets. So we also want to go back here and go, hey, food type. Apparently, because of spelling, I'm going to say that half apple, apple, avocado. It's just for some reason I had the D. That was AD. Avocado. No. Anyway, we need to add an asset loader. So we need to struct food loader, like so. Then we need to import asset loader for food loader. So extensions is food. Yes, fn load. Okay, so we have let data equal reader dot read to string. Okay, annoying that you do that. Equals string new. Then we say mute data. I think that's how that works. Except we need to do it called wait. Wait, we can't call that because okay. Async cannot be used. Okay, fine. Async fn load asset load food. You're going to take in this, except not that, and you're going to return a it's interesting because the big thing with async that I've noticed is async isn't really part of Rust, from what I felt like. And people like point this out all the time when they talk about async. Async is like a keyword that Rust reserved and said, hey, whatever ecosystem you're using can use async however they want to use it. So I do some programming for Raspberry Pi, and I've programmed with Embassy, and that uses async all over the place, but a very different way than Bevy uses async, and how like other things use async. Like async's weird. Like you need a runner to run the async. So in some places you can just call async and it works. In other places it's like you've got to make sure that you're passing around futures. It's confusing, but in a like, if you're using it in the right context, it's really, really intuitive. If you're using it in the wrong context, it does my head in. It's really confusing. Anyway, let's say like load food. I think we just call load food, don't we? We just do that. Yes, okay. And then you need to return that. Except that the asset, type asset, is food, and the type error, and the type, excuse me, type error is just going to be a string, I guess. I don't know. Type settings is just going to be this. Okay, and then you are going to have return type of an error type of string and a return type of food. So, and then down here we say to do. And you need a lifetime of A, and you also need a lifetime of A. Okay, cool. It's going to tell me that A is not necessary because I think I can just say, hey, you've got a lifetime of, okay, anonymous lifetime. We do this. Okay, then we can go back down here and we can continue working to the stuff. Again, trying to minimize number of yellow lines. Food is never. Yeah, we're going to init asset loader. No. Add asset. Is it register asset loader? And then food loader, like that. Is that how I do it? There we go. Otherwise I have to derive default, and I just don't feel like doing that. It probably took longer to do that than it would have taken just to derive default. But anyway. Let new data equals string. No. Let let me call reader dot read to string data dot await dot map error e, and then we go format. I think we go error. I think this is how you do this. This is like a really lazy way of doing this. And we return that. Why is it's a map error? So you take in FO, where F takes in E and returns F. Okay, so I think I don't wrap you then. Is that? No? Close. Found unit type. I believe it is. Okay, so that is what you do. It's just that it's complaining because I never actually loaded the thing. So next we say let ron equal ron from stir data dot map error. Again, taking the lazy approach. If everything's just going to return strings. Everything just returns strings. Ron's going to complain because it doesn't. So this is going to be food first off. And then Ron, and it's from string. Where do I put the type in here? Food. That's it. Okay, like so. Then we need to say that mute food asset. Hilariously, we're reversing it because food asset is the serialized form. Food is the unserialized form, but I'm calling it food asset because it's the asset we're going to be adding to Bevy as a food that is an asset, as opposed to the food asset, which is the serializable form of the food asset. Anyway, which is food. I don't think it is actually immutable. I think I can just. I think we can just construct it in place. So first off, its food type is food.food type. Next, your collider is food.collider.into. We will fix that in a second. Your scene is load context dot add dependency. Begin loading asset. Begin a new asset loader using the returned little. Is this which one? No. Add labeled asset. Add. Read. There's some way. I don't remember how. Load. Yes, okay, cool. So we say food dot scene, and then scene offset is just food dot scene offset, and then we say asset load context dot add load labeled asset. No. Finish. Okay, finish this context by populating the final asset value and the erased asset metadata if it exists. Okay, so I think we just pass in food asset and none. No, the Bevy's scene system is really weird because back when I started it was completely different. Then they went, hey, we're going to overhaul scenes, and they changed how it worked to enable future improvements, and then they haven't touched it in like a year. And then they've basically said scenes will get improved when the editor is in progress, because they're going to use the they're going to use Bevy's scene system to save the editor's state. So basically they're not working on scenes until they've also got the editor, so that they can work on them in conjunction, rather than making a scene format and having to adapt the editor to fit that. And also, so like they want them to evolve together, so they can't start one until the other's ready to go. And the editor, hopefully, next release will have something. They keep adding bits and pieces and being like, hey, this is groundwork for the editor, but they've done that for the last like 3 updates. So it's been almost a year and we've seen nothing about the editor except a few things being like, hey, we're working on it. So it's going to be interesting. But yeah, to me, it's wait a second. You're supposed to return the asset? Do I not call finish on you then? Do I just return food asset? I don't know if this is going to work. Do I just do this? We'll find out. We just need to make sure that well, we need to return okay. Then we need to implement that into as well. So we need to import from collider. I think, is this the way we can implement it? I don't know. It might be the other way around. For Bevy editor, please. No, no editor, please. Bevy Rapier. Bevy Rapier 3D. prelude, collider. Are you going to tell me that I can't do this because it's an orphan type? Match value. It might not. Oh, no. Radius. And then you just say, maybe rapier prelude. I've used Avian, but my issue with Avian is it's really slow. Like for this, it might have been fine because again, like I'm not going big or going home. But when I was trying to do it with my my Minecraft clone, because Rapier wasn't updated, I went, oh, I'll try Avian on stream and like, you know, give everyone my honest opinion while I was working with it, and it was just so slow. Like as soon as I went above a certain amount of acid, everything ground to a halt. Whereas I think Rapier can't do that because Rapier's running its own thread. Means if Rapier grinds to a halt, your physics becomes inaccurate and jittery, but your game will still run at full frames. It's just that your physics related stuff will be slow. Whereas Avian pulls everything down with it. If it's running slow, your whole game locks up. And I didn't like it because it just bogged down and it was running like 5 FPS, maybe even lower. When I was trying to render stuff that in Rapier I could have got away with. I know because I rendered it earlier. And as soon as I turned the physics off, I could render tens of thousands of chunks. Like it wasn't my rendering code. It was specifically when physics was enabled. Maybe I was doing something wrong with the physics being, like how I was enabling the physics, but it just was so slow. Capsule. What the fuck? Why'd you erase that whole thing? Capsule. Ooh, I don't like that. Start, end. Ooh. So you need to be len and radius. Okay, so capsule requires. Okay, so start needs to be at vec3 by times by negative 0.5 times len vec3 y times 0.5 times len and then radius. Okay, cool. And then box is x, y, z, and then your half, cuboid. No, not capital, cuboid. And then this is x divided by 2, y divided by 2, z divided by 2. Why do you not like this? Can't divide. What? Ah, no. Alright, so that should allow our assets to load, like so. Alright, oh, does Avian have the better logo? I don't remember what its logo is a feather, isn't it? Sorry for the slow reply. I got distracted by writing code. I know how atrocious I'm doing a stream writing code. That I do like that logo, but also Bevy. Rapier's logo is pretty on point too. Like that's pretty on point. To be honest, I don't know if I could pick a favorite out of those two. The Avian one hits the simplicity. I personally, if they removed the little divots from the feather, if they just had the feather being like 2 strokes, so like I mean like one out to here and then that one, and removed all these other ones, it would be like so simplistic that I'd have to give it the win. But the fact that it's got the extra divots in the feather makes rapiers like like basically on par. Sure, I can drop the link into the thing. Yeah, that's my GitHub. Yeah, like it does become a bit of personal preference. Like I like the rapier one just because it's simplistic in a way that like why can I not scroll anymore? How have I broken this? Weird. Like it's a weird simplicity of, maybe it's because it's on the dark background, because I think if we make it on a white background, there's this extra bit here that if they got rid of that, it would probably be better. But like there's just something about the simplicity of like it's really obvious what it is. Digital variant, there's just lines. Is there? I haven't seen the other one. I don't actually know why people follow people on GitHub. I got 40 followers on GitHub. Fuck, mate. I don't know there's so many people. What did you say? SH. This one. That's you. I'm doxing you all over the internet. Anyway, go back to Bevy before I commit some crimes. What was I doing? I needed to write apple. Right, so apple. So I think the first thing is probably to write like a little like itty bitty bit of code that will go through and be silly and be like print. Okay, so we're gonna make a test piece of code because I love doing this. This is such a lazy way of doing this, but like I write tests that have side effects rather than writing its own program, because then I can just run the test and it'll do the side effects and then I'll be like, yep, cool. So what I need it to do is make assets. So first thing we need to do is go, we need to let mute dir equals std ss reader. Okay, and then the path I believe is /assets /food /glbs. Right. So then we should be able to like dot unwrap that. We should be able to go for entry entry in there, like that, and then we should be able to say let okay entry equals entry, I'll continue because I don't care. If you fail to read it, I don't care. Can I then get you to please print me the line, print line path? I just wanted to make sure it is printing it. So entry dot path. If I path buffer does not display, and then we run this and we say, hey, what do you look like? Okay, so outside of the fact that it's printing like a weird double backslash. Oh, is that because it's escaped? It's escaped. That's why there's a double backslash, because it's supposed to be /, but then it's a backslash, double backslash escaped. Okay, so that let us get every single GLB. So then we go, if I can get you to also print not just the path, but the I need you to print the file name as well. All right, I said file entry dot file name. I think file name should be OS string doesn't implement display. You can debug it then. Okay, if I run this now, you should then print out. Yeah, so then the file name is the fork. Okay. Okay. So next is to... Okay, so we're going to say let path equal format. This is going to be really, really bad. Nobody judge me for my horrible, horrible, horrible code. Entry dot. The question is, how do I get rid of the end? So we want to do that. Right, so that gives us our path. So we want to then say, can I dot strip? No, okay. So let path equal path dot strip suffix, and then the suffix is dot slash assets slash, right? And then we need to somehow they should all start that way. That's unwrap. Okay, so we have our suffixless path. Okay, and then we want to say path let path equal path dot strip suffix, and that's entry dot file name dot aster. I guess dot unwrap, and we wonder, does this work? Okay, so can't do that because it's aster to stir dot unwrap. Again, this is purely for the sake of I guess it's like we should probably let file equal. Okay, so then we want to do this fancy bit outside there because we're going to need that again. So we're going to do this, and then we're going to strip file. Okay. We need to unwrap it. Wait, what? Wait, why are you temporary? Oh, okay. So we need to say let file equal entry.file name, and then we say file is then your file. Okay, so then we strip that, and that gives us access to both our path and our file, which apparently we don't need that mutually, which is hilarious. All right, so that will give us wait. I think we want to strip the suffix just yet. So we have the file, but then we want this bit. But yeah, I don't know. I actually don't think we want to strip the suffix at any point. So we want to say let file equal file dot strip suffix dot glb. That, and then we don't want to do this bit. I'm going to unwrap. Right. So then next we want to create a food asset. Right? Why can't I get access to food asset? Because we're in the wrong place. We should be doing this in here. Okay. So we want a food asset. Right? Food asset. And we're going to say, okay, so the food asset has some extra information. So first off, its collider is probably just going to be a collider ball 0.1, because that's just going to be the default. Then the scene is going to be path dot which is string. Right. Food type. This is where we get interesting. This is where our file comes in. So we need to say file dot so all of them are going to have the first letter has to be replaced. So we need to say file how do I do this interestingly? I'm trying to think. So we kind of just want to reconstruct the name, don't we? We want to go like let name equals string new. Right. It's going to get very silly. So then we're going to say for word in file dot split at dashes. Right. So the very first thing we're going to do is say let start equal word dot word 0. Can't output like that. Okay, dot get, not set, get 0. This should work because all of them should be at least one letter long. It's dot unwrap. Why are you not letting me get? Dot get. Why does that not work? Why do you not work? Yeah, but why? Why are you not working? Name dot push start dot to. Wait, we can just say word 0 0 dot 1 dot 2 uppercase. This is a terrible way of doing this, but we're gonna push the single char like that. Then we say name dot push stir, which is 1 dot dot. Right, so that pushes the rest of the word. Okay. Now, doing this for every entry, so we need to say let new first equals true. So or if this is not just first, and we say if not first, name dot push an underscore. Wait, no, never mind, because we're removing the underscores. Yeah, okay, cool. So then we need to go up here. We need to go, hey, can we let new found, which is going to equal a vector new. Okay, so then we need to go. This is what you do when you don't know how macros work and you're writing code that should be done with a macro but isn't done with a macro. I don't know why this works. It doesn't. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say for some reason. Right. So next is if we push found. push name, right? Then we say, can I, is stringify a thing? Right. No, we want to say, food type. We're just going to say apple for now. And then we're going to say scene offset. What was it? It was vec3, new, x, y, z. Y was 0.1. I think that's what it was. Okay. And then we're going to say ron toString. Okay, no, it's ron toString pretty value is this monstrosity, like so. Then comma ron not random, ron pretty config default, like so. And then we're going to print line. Now this is going to be fun because this is going to be very silly in that I just need one copy of the RON to be able to know what it looks like. Then I will go from there. So it's going to print me like 1,000,000 copies of the RON, but I only need one copy because from there we will make a format string that does it instead. Oh, something didn't work. You unwrapped on none. Are these facing the wrong direction? What do you mean? Strip prefix, but excuse me. Print line hat. What do you mean? Why is that not working? Surely you should. They all start with dot dash, don't they? Dot slash. Did I spell this wrong? How does that string not start with that? Strip prefix. How does that not start with that? Excuse me. Excuse me, but how do you not start with that? Strip prefix. If I do that, why is that not working? Okay, fine. That's easy to fix because instead we'll just say that path is /glb / and then instead of path it's file name. So that should then, that's a debug string. Thank you. And you should print out the correct path so we can get rid of this bit. And then we say file name, OS string strip to GLB, and then say name. We don't need the first bit. Okay. So I'm just going to do this. And go, hey, what do you look like? Did you work? You panicked again. But where? Somewhere. Apparently license.txt. We need to skip. Okay. Also, we need to say if entry dot is it metadata dot is dot unwrap dot is directory continue if entry dot file name equals technically we should get access to it here as the correct form. If file name dot ends with dot glb continue, and then we say if it doesn't, this is just to remove a single file, by the way, just that one license.txt. Anyway, I need you to not be a debug output, which means I need to unwrap you, because I need it to not look like shit when I copy paste it. Okay, so as you can see, it made it to the end, which is hilarious because that means it actually output everything correctly. So first off, you output food. Why are you in brackets? Because I am debug outputting you, aren't I? Where am I printing you? Here. Wait, really? Ah, here. So a GLB is a something format. I don't remember. If we go to Blender and we go file and export, because it does what it is. It's a GLB. A GLTF is the file format, and GLB is the binary version of GLTF. So a GLTF file is like a string encoded version that you could read through and like read all the attributes, whereas a GLB is a binary encoded version that stores the same data, but instead of like writing out the number 37, it'll put the binary value 37 there, and you therefore have to pass it with the correct knowledge, hence it doesn't appear here. It's just binary gibberish, but like if I export it as a GLTF, it would be readable, like you could actually read what was in it. Anyway, so we need to move this, and we need to say, hey, don't do this, do file. Path, then strip that. Okay. So that should mean that if I run this now, so you look like this, which is correct. You look like this. Okay, so that means if I go, hey, I need to go copy this, go here, go here, go right. No, stdfs, open options, new, create new. No, it's definitely new. Dot create true dot write true dot truncate true dot open, and then we want to pass in format dot slash assets slash food slash dot food, and then we want to pass in file like that. I think that's correct. Then we want to say so let's let file, let new file equal that. We should be able to just unwrap you dot unwrap. Okay, and then we want to say file dot, I don't know, std fs write. No, because we want to, okay, we want to write here, like so. That's your path right there, and then your content is going to be format. You're going to write that. We need to escape these. And then we need to replace Apple with name. And I think that's correct. Okay, so instead we're just going to go, hey, you, I'll just not do that for now. So you write to there. Okay, fine. I think your common name now. So, common name. They moved here. Okay, right. So you can write the file and then push it to the list, and then you don't need to print this out. And then I'm just going to dot unwrap on you because I would like to know if you'd fail for some reason. Okay, so that should write the file like that. And then at the end, when we get to the end, we're going to go, can you please print line? Because technically you're going to print something that says something like this, food type, what it's going to say, enum food type, open parentheses. I have to escape the opening parentheses. Okay. Unknown character escaped. Okay, fine. It's just rendering blue for some reason. And then we're going to, that's technically you print line. Print line. Then for name in found. Found, we're going to print line name comma, right, and then we're going to here we're going to print line closing parentheses. So why are you not letting invalid string unmatched found? Yeah, but you won't let me escape it. Oh, okay, it says there, use double if I intend it to be escaped. That's a weird way of... Like that. Okay. So now, when I run this, it should make a whole bunch of files. Hey, look, half... Not quite correct. Close, but not quite there. Anyway, you say bottle oil, you're a ball, and then you print the way you use. Okay, this is hilariously good because that means we can go copy. We go over here. We might want to fix the formatting in this, but other than that, it'll be right. So then we go back to here. We go here. We go hey food type. We go hey enum food type. Please replace with that. Okay. Okay. We come down here and we go somewhere down here. I specify avocado half. So we do apple half. Right. So then we go back to our assets. So we correct the formatting, which to correct the formatting, I think you're using a literal string. So I think I want to do this. Whoop! Don't do that one. Nope. Don't do that one. Nope. Don't do that one. Okay, just do it properly. Come over here, go down, tab, save, run that. That should recreate all these, I think, and then they should all be formatted correctly. Yeah, there we go. Pot.food. Oh, it's so dumb. I love it. Technically, we're gonna have to go in and correct all of these because, like, obviously, like things like the banana are not going to be correct. Banana. So banana's going to be a capital and it's not. But in theory, we should be able to tweak these in game if we turn on hot reloading. So to turn on a hot reloading, we go. Boy, that's a lot of foods. Most of them aren't actually foods, but anyway, we'll ignore that for now. We want to go here. We're going to go dot set. We're going to go asset plugin. No, is it? No, it's gotta do something really dumb now, don't I? I gotta go like here and be all like Bevy version equals 15 and features equals and then I have to go over to docs.rs, go to Bevy and look up what this feature is called. there's a silly feature called watch. Enable watcher. Enables watching in-memory asset. Enable watcher? No? Is it file then? File? File watcher. Okay, I believe that is all I need to do. And then, in theory, when I... Oh. Why'd you not work? Why'd you vanish also? Oh, because I recompile it. It shouldn't take too long, hopefully. Right, for this, should mean that if I edit the file associated with the particular food, it'll turn into said food. Wait, why are you wrapped in a... Oh, no, that's incorrect. Like that. There we go. So yeah, now if I edit a food, it should show up as edited in the actual game, which means that I can like tweak the size of colliders and shit while it's running and have the serialized form so I don't lose the data. And I couldn't tweak it anyway with the editor being busted as it is. So anyway, so well, that didn't work. Why did that not work? Because we haven't... All food should be loaded. Right. So one of the things that we need to do is go back into assets, re-enable the this, but instead of actually loading any of the foods, instead we're just going to say assets. Well, we can create the assets. You do that. That's fine. But instead of this bit, which maybe we should comment that out because we might actually need to do it that way, we're going to say asset server dot load, and then we're just gonna can we load folder? Load folder dot slash food. Wait, no, what? No, just load folder food. That should work, right? So we can't have default on you because having default on you breaks that. Okay. Interesting. So we might need to have the folder, which is a handle to a loaded folder, something like that. What do you call? What do you return? You return a handle to a loaded folder. Loaded folder, like that. Then we say your folder equals is this. I don't know if this is going to work. It should, because in theory, as they load, they will get added, which basically means as long as you don't try and spawn a fruit immediately before they've had a chance to actually propagate through all the loading, you should be right. I just don't want it to drop the folder handle and then not work. But in theory, you should be able to call that and it should work. But can't trust Bevy not to drop shit on me. It's done that before. Well, something spawned. So go into here, you go here, you go, hey, why? No. You're spawning something. It's got a collider. It's just not spawning the scene for some reason. Now, why are you not spawning the scene? Also, can I get you to stop fucking printing that? Stop printing the collider. Yeah, I know, love it. I don't know why they're invisible. Why are they invisible? I'm spawning them correctly, I assume. Here's the hard part. I can't use the editor to check. Because why would they be invisible? Something to do with when I'm updating them. It could be that the file's name is wrong. Because you call food.glbs. Ah, yes. Okay. Right. And this is why I love doing this with a dynamic thing that lets me recreate them on a fucking whim. It's not just .food. Oh, no, it is just .food. It's here. You need to be scene 0. Did you also panic with, I don't know, god damn it. I told you that was going to come back and bite me in the ass. Why did you, failed to load folder, could not find asset loader matching asset loader. Okay, thank you. Wait, but you shouldn't have gone in there. Oh, wait, okay. License, you don't live here anymore. Where we go to assets? Assets. Food. License. Hello, Mr. License. L I. License, please go away. Come again another way. Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean license? So Bevy's saying it can't load it. Okay. So rerun this to fix all of those. I'm inside the GLBs. Go away. Okay, so they should have fixed all of those because now they will say scene 0, which is probably what was wrong. If I was to have a guess, is that I forgot to tell them to load the scene, and therefore they were just loading an empty scene, like they weren't loading the correct file, and then I was giving them a faulty handle, and I was just not liking it. Okay, so something's panicking. Failed to load folder. Okay. I don't know this to work, I guess. Why is I don't know this to work, I guess, is not working. So, why are you not working? My suspicion is something probably to do with when you're running. Maybe we should run you post update. Add system post update. I don't know when the server clears as shit. So it's almost certainly like a... Wait, what? No, post update. I don't know what my brain was doing there. Add lookup. Oh. I don't know why I can't get a strong handle. That's... Because the implication is that it has to exist. So maybe we have to do a pre-update because it might be update that it clears it. I suspect it's a frame behind or a frame in front, so it's the asset server is clearing the garbage before it's done. Okay. So first, you're hitting this and you're having an issue. I don't know this to work, I guess. So my question is, why is that not working? My suspicion... keeping a hold of the loaded folder. It could be that maybe when it hits this .text, it's failing. But why are you loading the .text? I hate you so much. I need to move all of these. So if I just select all of these and say, hey, delete these. Whoop. Okay. So we need to go here and go food and then go new folder. And it's going to be like meta. Right. Oh, I hear cop cars in the distance. All right. So why do we move it to the meta folder? Because path is GLB food meta. Because then we can tell Bevy to only load the meta folder. I suspect what's happening is it's trying to load the all recursive folders as well, and it's hitting that, bailing out, and then not loading the rest of the stuff because it bailed out early. So instead of partially loading the folder, so instead you load food/meta. It wouldn't make sense why it worked the first time though. Well, all food should be loaded. So why are you not loading? Well, meta's empty for one thing. I forgot to run my macro. I hope everyone enjoys my macro. That's just a test. I love it so much. I wish I could write macros. They are like the most powerful tool in Rust, but also one of the hardest things to understand and wrap your head around. Macros are so confusing. Mostly because they're like, what, the pattern matching? Hey, look, it worked. Please go into free camera. Hey, look, you worked. Why have you become bottles of wine, though? Okay, the question is, well, partially why are you becoming bottles of wine? Because surely you should be apples. This cause... Okay, wait. Yeah, yeah, so we inherited visibility. Why are you becoming wine, though? Hey, now I can open this for some reason. So you're transforming your velocity, your rigid body, food type, not registered. Now, they're falling as bottles of wine, aren't they? Now, my question really becomes, food type. Starts as a half apple. Oh, lovely, hosting New Year's Eve. Hope you get a party hard. It's been a hell of a year. Okay, so for some reason, we're spawning wine, apple half. So why is apple half? Because you're fruit type apple half. Apple. Well, first off, that says white wine. That clearly distinctly says white wine. What? So they're combining them, just all white wine for some reason. Did I not update the name correctly in my macro? Yeah, no, my macro just says white wine. No. You are supposed to say, name, file. Right, so it's white wine. That should fix it. Now they won't all be wine. They won't all be wine. Hey, you still look like a bottle of wine to me. Oh, okay, I didn't run the macro. Shh, run the macro. You know what's fun? That should have fixed you. It didn't, but it should have. Wait, oh no, I don't have the change detection running. Yeah, I just ran the reload the meta folder. He was like 30 seconds behind, I'm assuming is what's happening there. What I haven't done is made it automatically update the assets when it reloads. So this is loading food. So this is update food from handle. So we need to go so update reload food. Right, so reloading food, we need to go through handles. We also need access to, technically it would be in here. No, wait. Be here. So how do you do it? You loaded. So we need to go for loaded. In loaded. Dot read. Like so. Then we're gonna down here. Get you here. Thank you. Then we need to go if let asset event modified equals event. Run this code, but we need to check. Go if handle.0.id does not equal id continue. What do you mean? Asset event food. Why can't you compare? Do you reference that? Okay. That should, when I go up here and say, hey, reload food. Reload food will run whenever the asset's reloaded. It'll go through and go, hey, if you've got the same handle as the asset that was just reloaded, please reload yourself. Hey, look, it says apple. We're going to go free camera and go down here, please. So, a little bit odd that somehow you've really broken free, haven't you? I feel like the apples shouldn't be offset by so much. Now, here's where we find out if it works. We go to meta, we go half apple. Can you go like your capsule of 0.5? Can you just go 0? Can we? No, it doesn't seem to have done anything. Well, the new one have got it. So first off, you need to be like negative half. Is that you correct now? Well, you look like a full apple, so I'm going to move over here and go, where the hell did that drop? Okay, that's... Well, that's a whole apple, so that's incorrect. Okay, well, definitely not negative a half. That's... Oh, no, negative 0.1. Negative a half. Why did I think it was negative a half? You correct now? Where's the apple dropping down? Oh, God. Hey, that looks right. Now the fun part of going through and like correcting all of them. Yeah, kind of. Make it in 3D. I actually don't know if the Old English for apple is the generic term for fruit. It doesn't seem right because I feel like it's the same as like the color was named after the fruit with oranges, because like those kinds of words boil down to more of like how old is the fruit, like the thing relative to the time period at which they found it. I mean, yeah, I guess that makes a lot of sense. I'm just trying to think because I don't think apple would mean fruit. More like something similar to fruit but not quite fruit. You know what I mean? Like apple probably meant like the bounty of a tree or something like that, and hence the pineapple. Whereas like they didn't have a fruit equivalent because fruits, at least in modern English, like scientifically speaking, a very specific term. Fruit is the like the seed bearing ovary of a plant or something, versus a nut, which hilariously runs into things like coconuts not being nuts. Strawberries aren't berries. Trying to think, like, very very few of things that contain taxonomical categorization in their name are actually the taxonomical categorization that they sit into. Hence, pineapple is not an apple, but it's like I feel like apple meant something different to fruit, but for most intents and purposes is like what we would just consider to be fruit. Hence, pineapple is like, you know, pine cone from tree, or fleshy pine cone is what it actually translates to, like tree flesh pine cone. But I don't know. I actually don't know that the etymological. Can't speak. Not words gone. Funny how I can't say the word for meaning studying words. Etymology. Yeah. Should be hard to say. Okay, so apparently it's negative a half. Negative 0.1. So negative 0.1 on all of these boring fruit. Now, something about you not having inherited visibility. So what is it saying? Entity 90 with inherited visibility has apparent without inherited. So it's going to take a long time to go through all these fruit and add all these different things. So the trick here is to go freshy pine cone sounds tasty. And yes, kinda. It also sounds just like a really bad euphemism. Like I'm gonna eat your fleshy pine cone. So what? So first of all, I gotta work out why these aren't goddamn working. So why is the updating of you not working? So the trick to that would be, first off, move over somewhere, drop an apple, and go, hey, apple. You mind dropping somewhere where I can actually reach you? Apple. Nope, apparently not. Apparently, if I go out here, I can actually see when I'm over the goddamn cage. There's lots of apples just falling into the void. Ignore the apples falling into the void. Okay, so if I drop 2 apples in, which hilariously I'm like leaning sideways so the apples fall sideways. So in theory, if I modify the half apple here, if I change this to just being apple, they should change to being apples, but they're not, which means it's not working. Now, why is my update code? He reloaded apple because it was changed. So it's reloading. But why are you not running the reload code? That is the question. The $1 million question. Spawn food from handle. Reload food. So is it not modified? Is it added again? Maybe it's added. Can I just print line something? Some food was added. Okay. So this is going to tell us if we that face. That's my gotta do my plugin for my channel. Like pretend like I'm ever gonna make any money off this. I got custom emotes. Look, it's Party Fox, Ninja Fox. I think that's Pixelated Fox. I'm not sure. There's just regular Fox. Nope, that's Pixel Fox. That's default Fox. I got these emotes. Yeah, look at them. It's a little cute little fucking emotes for channel members. It's not like I actually expect anyone to become a channel member, but I've got them. Gotta plug some at some point. Now, question becomes, how do I get back down here? Okay, I'm gonna go and go, hey, you turned into an orange. Now, hey, why are you all in the wrong spot? Okay, why don't you move over? Something became very big for a second there. Now, the question is, if I go in here and I say, hey, that's an apple. If I say, hey, you're actually like really big, did it print something changed? No. Food reloaded. So first off, every time I'm spawning something, it's complaining about not having inherited visibility when its parent has inherited visibility. Why? Okay. You get given a rigid body. Do I just need to give you a visibility? Maybe it's you. No, oh yeah, no, you have a velocity. You need a visibility as well. That would be helpful. That's probably going to stop it from complaining all the time now. Then we get in here. We go, why are you not reloading? So it must be modified. Modified makes the only sense. Loaded with dependencies, modified, removed, unused. Okay, modified. Was modified. Let's see if this works. In theory, when I edit the thing, it should change the behavior. Like I don't get why it's not reloading them. Okay, so that's our half apple. And then when we come over here and we go, hey, if I go here and say half apple, and I say, hey, like make the half apple. Did I reset apple? I didn't. Please make your ball. Your half apple should be like 5. Does that make it bigger? Is it bigger? It definitely, some food was modified. So it's definitely calling modified. It's just not actually updating that content, like the asset stuff. So I guess we need to go here. We go, hey, like, so this is the asset that was modified. And for some reason, the food handle, can I like print line updating food? Like that. And we go, hey, like, if it prints updating food, it means that somehow okay, it was really big now. I never reset it. Be a good test to see if it works though. So go 1 and go save. And you go, you never call updating food, which means at no point is your handle the same as that handle. That's interesting. That means that the handles don't match, but why is the asset? Why is your handle wrong though? Like when it's reloading. Do I have to like go to the agonizing attempt of having to load food and then using handle.0.id, and then we need to load some other equals like this. Don't put that many equal signs. And then we just pass in ID, and then we say kind of want to grab that mutably, I guess. And then we don't do all this crazy logic because that should be handled by the other thing. We just go, okay, well, don't bother touching that stuff. Then we say if if food data dot food type equals other dot food type, then dereference handle equals we need the food assets. Can we say like food assets to get strong handle ID? Mismatch type dot expect this to work. Just again poking fun at future me. So we don't care. We want to say equals other dot food type. Wait, what? Do I have to dereference this thing? Okay, and then it's just other. I have a feeling it's going to complain about trying to reference it twice, but saying expected. What do you mean? Okay, wait, no, because it's handle.0. Like that. Nope, apparently it doesn't give a shit about me dereferencing it. Okay, so if that works, then you'll override it once you've overwritten it. For some reason, I feel like when it's reloading it, it's changing the handle ID. I don't understand why it would be. Like, that makes no sense to me. Why half avocado and the avocado can both get saved. Okay, so when I spawn an apple, and that apple is the right size, and it's a half apple, then I go up here and I say, hey, can you make the half apple, like, really big again? He saves that, and he goes, hey, like, something's been changed. It's still not fucking updating it. Some food was modified. But why are you... Have I got some kind of, like, with statement that's making it not find it? Oh, yeah, that would help, wouldn't it? That would most certainly goddamn help. No, get rid of that. Copy this logic back in here. I think it's like this. Like that. Then we say, hey, we don't need this mutably anymore. We just need to say if no, it's in here. If handle dot zero dot id does not equal id, continue. Okay. God, I'm dying now. You don't need to be mutable, thank you. So apparently we don't need mutable access to food assets anymore. I'm just doing this as if like I'm pretending like it's going to work. Anyway, I think we found the issue. I think we found it. Is that I was just an idiot and had an extra filter saying that, hey, only check to see if it updates if it's actually changed. It's like, well, of course it's never going to change because like it hasn't changed. It would imply that I need to change this like on the frame that I update what type of fruit it is. Hey, look, it's now small. And then we go, hey, can you make it really big? Before I save this, I want to have this visible because I feel like it's going to fire up into the air and it's going to be really funny. Oops, I just dropped an apple on top of it. Quick, save. Oh, didn't work. Undo that. Can you go back to being 0.1, please? Okay. If I make you 0.5. Hey, you're really big now. And apparently it doesn't go firing up into the air like I was expecting, which is kind of depressing. No, not assets. Yeah, keep spawning apples everywhere. I get it, I get it. I'm an idiot. So there's an avocado. We're also, it's just raining apples now. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's bacon. It's raw bacon. Okay. Oh, apple's really big. I forgot. Apples are really big. Hey, it works. Where'd the bacon go? Hello, bacon. Yes, hello, bacon. Bacon raw. Yes, can I make you a box, please? Yes, hello. Bacon. You see, I need you to be, well, apparently thinner. So, like 0.5 maybe. Yep, okay. Nice thin bacon, and I want you to be like 0.5 long. Oh yeah, look at that. It's bacon. That's the bacon collider. Yeah. We need to probably maybe get like half up maybe. No, that's too big. Other way. Bacon. Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb here and assume that the cooked bacon is going to be the same. Okay, so then we have to go do, and just spawn a whole bunch of stuff until we unlock something new. And also, why does a big one keep appearing? I feel like it's all up there. I don't know what that big collider is. I can't imagine it's anything really. Okay, so we got some bacon. Also, always only choosing half apples. So one thing is I feel like I should make them bigger. Now, the question is, have I made the new type of bacon yet? I don't think so. I see a few bacons rolling around. There's another avocado, another half avocado, like, think all together. This is the laziest approach I could probably ever take, is trying to find new fruit. It's just like, yeah, we'll just keep spamming more fruit until eventually there'll be so much fruit in here that we'll have to unlock. Now, look at the bacon doesn't move either, because like the fruit will roll because they're round. Even the half fruit roll, because I'm too lazy to make a half round collider. But yeah, they've got like a 1 frame lag, don't they? Yeah, I think the way to fix that is just to tell it not to spawn the collider. Actually, who the hell is in charge of spawning the collider? Something's overriding the collider size, but like for some reason I'm spawning the collider at the wrong size. So, all right, we should probably add some more meta to the game. Like, you know, instead of just spawning only half avocados. The plan and the reason that I actually have like implemented part of the logic is I want to go here and I want to say, hey, when I say mute, it's called like available food, wasn't it? Available food, which is res mute available food. So available food is going to work that whenever 2 foods combine into a new food, which happens here, we say let's roll the dice on a like a if random dot gen bool. So there's like a 10% probability if let's just go up here and be like, let RNG equal red RNG. We need to make you mutable because every time I read you change. Okay, so there's a 10% chance that available food dot push food 1. I did reference it. So the 10% chance of food 1 being added to the roster. There's a 10% chance of food 2 being added to the roster, and a 30% chance of the food that you just created being added to the roster. Can't do reference food apparently. Okay. So what does this translate to? It means that the more food you create, the more, like, the higher tier foods will be able to spawn as you unlock higher tier foods. But statistically speaking, the more low tier combinations end up happening, the more low tier food end up in the pool to draw from, and eventually it'll, like, so as you can see, we're spawning in avocados. And the hope is, why can't I? Oh, there we go. I like it. They're all stacked on top of each other again because, oh look, bacon. See now, because if we spawn bacon, there's a 30% chance bacon is in the pool of things to spawn. Now, admittedly, the more small combination. Oh, we got like a weird bag of flour with its round collider. So that's what we were looking for. We now track down the apparently bag flat, as it is called. We should probably put that here and pop that open and go, hey, bag flat, can you please be a box collider, please? We're just going to make 0.1 by 0.1001. Okay, so first we're going to come over here and be like, hello. Now, clearly, this is in the wrong location. So we're going to be like -0.1. should put it like nice and inside you, and then we want you to be like maybe 0.3 high. 0.2. I think 0.2 looks good. 0.2 looks lovely. And then make you like 3, 4, 4, 5. Okay, like so, and then maybe 0.5. Maybe a bit of a, maybe a bit of a 0.42, and we want to make like 0.65. No, 6.5. Oh, because if it's 7.5, 6.5. Yeah, there we go. Okay, there's our bag of flour done. So continue spamming shit until we see something new spill out of the mess. It's another bag of flour. Another bag of flour. Should really fix whatever it is that's causing those weird things to appear. Now look, it's a not flat bag of flour. Now you're going to be a weird shape, aren't you? Because you're not a flat bag. Okay, so I can't just copy paste this. I'm going to try, but it's not going to work. Yeah, see, you're orientated the wrong way. So I think you're like 6.5 this way. Probably 0.2 that way. And then we need to go, hey, like, I need you to be like negative 0.2. 0.3. There we go. That looks spiffy. We should probably up the odds that new things spawn just for the sake of testing shit. Now I do like that the spheres of crap just fall around. Ah, banana. Banana. So banana's going to be a capsule. You're going to have an issue because capsule needs 2 values. Okay. That reloaded. Okay. So first off, that's in the wrong orientation. Yes, and I can't really do anything about that because I have no way of rotating the frame. I can't rotate it. That's too thin. Banana. All right. Well, you see, we're gonna have to have like a scene rotation. So let's implement that. And I'll look at fixing that weird thing, and I'll make the fruit more common. So first off, let's give it like a 100% chance. Why roll the RNG? Because I can't be bothered modifying the code back. 100% chance of rolling new fruit into the pool. We should also give it like a certain percentage chance of removing fruit from the pool. Anyway, somewhere when I'm spawning something, I think it's when I'm adding the handle. I just want to say like, hey, like you don't have a collider, please. That shouldn't cause a problem because I insert the collider every time, so it shouldn't cause a problem that the collider's not there to begin with. It should just mean that it doesn't get that big sphere and then disappears. So we want to go to our asset. We want to go here, and we want to go. Okay, so food asset has scene. Prop, which is just going to be a vec3, and we're also going to have a scale, which is going to be a vec3 as well. Now I need you to please derive no, 30 default what is it, like vec3 flat equals vec3 splat. 1. Nope. Okay. fn 1, which just returns a vec. Actually, no. That's a thing that exists, isn't it? 1. Hey, okay. Well, actually, technically, rotation is just going to be default. It's a scale that needs to be. Scale needs to be 1. Rotation is just 30 default. Okay. Now, expected function found. Okay. Fine. 1 returns vec3. Vec3. 1. And then you just call 1, please. Thank you. Now we actually have to do something with these new values. That primarily being that we need to go up to the asset itself, wherever food is. Okay, so you need pub rot, which is vec3, and pub scale, which is also vec3. Okay, and then somewhere we had to look up. That's fine. We spawn from handle. Okay, so spawning from handle needs that you need dot with rotation from Wheeler. We have the asset, right? Yep, food. What? From Wheeler rot x, y, z, and then your food data dot rot dot x, food data dot rot dot y, and food data dot rot dot z. Whew, it's getting fucking hot. So then you have your food type, and then you. Wait, what? We need access to your transform, please. We need to mutate your transform. And your transforms transform dot scale equals scale. Wait, what? No, don't equal yourself. It's food data dot scale. Actually, maybe we should not do it that way. I feel like I should do it here. Not with rotation. Not with scale, and then it's food data dot scale. Now, technically, that means it's scaling the asset and not the collider, which means that we'd have to go through and, like, if we want to make things 10 times the size, increase their bounding box and their scale by 10. Now, what is your issue? You don't have, so you need scale, which is going to be food.scale, and rot, which is food.rot. Okay. So next we need to go back into the game. We need to spawn ourselves a banana. Oh, and then we need to collect the banana. Like, we need to examine the banana. Technically, I should not be making it harder for myself to find these things, but you know. At some point, a banana will spawn. We are dropping lots of cooked bacon. Can we go down, please? That's got to be the banana, right? No, that's probably the other fucking bag. Yeah, technically the bags... Yeah, okay, there's the banana. The banana has spawned. We have the banana. Okay, so it's called like scene rot or something. So we need to find banana. We need to open up this here and open this here so we can access both at the same time. And then we go, hey, go here, we go scene underscore rot. And then we go, hey, can you rotate by 0, 1, 0? Reloaded. 60. That doesn't seem to be doing jack. Now, it could be that we're rotating around the wrong axes. That's always a possibility. So maybe we'll try rotating like 30. Oh, something happened, I think. I think the banana just stopped. Nothing's happening. Scale. Scale. Oh, somebody didn't like that. Why did you not like that? Span, yep, position line. But it did call it scale, didn't I? Need to go back to... Oh, yeah, of course. What did I call it then? I didn't call it scale. Banana. You back through? Yeah, so... Okay, that made you reload. So why is the banana not scaling properly? I don't understand, banana. Why are you not scaling? It could be that when I'm modifying it, I'm not applying the scale rotation. That's probably actually what's happening. I'm probably an idiot, and this is why you don't do it the way I was doing it. Okay, first off, go back here. Go... Where do I reload? Reload. Hey, reload. Can you just not do this? Right. Instead, if they're not equal, continue. Otherwise, can I say that you need to be mutable? You don't need any of this stuff, please. Like that. You don't need any of this. You just need this. And I just need you to... yeah, it's one of those fun things of... I built a new computer. My only copy of Windows without buying a new copy was Windows 10, but so old that it didn't have the graphics. I didn't have the drivers to connect to the internet. So Windows 11 was like the only way to actually get my computer to talk to the internet. I think actually what ended up turning out is that my motherboard has a hardware fault. That means that the Wi-Fi doesn't work properly, so the drivers don't connect properly. So I had to use Windows 11 to get it working. Something like that. And then it's just easier just to stick with it once you're on it. Let me say handle dot set changed. See? Why do that? Because we call changed here. This is spawn food from handle. Something tells me that we don't actually have to do that. And then we say like offset dot scale equals food data dot scale and offset dot rotation equals that abomination of a piece of code there. So, really, I perfectly honest haven't really noticed at all. Maybe it's just that I didn't really care like about anything specific. So the thing was back when Vista came out, I had a laptop that was like everyone hated Vista, so we left that laptop. Like when we bought it, it was Vista, but we downgraded it to XP. And then so many years later or whatever I was using it, I rebuilt it, like factory reset it, and it was on Vista. And I was like, oh well, I don't have the copy of XP anymore to go downgrade because it was like I used a friend's version to down. So it's like, oh, let's use Vista. I had no issues with Vista. Like I don't know why everyone hated Vista, and to be honest, I feel like it's that the same as Nintendo released the Nintendo clock so that they don't get cursed by the fact that every other product they release is bad. But what it boils down to is, I think a lot of people don't like the change. Not that it's actually bad. Hence, every other version of Windows is bad. It's not because it's bad. It's because Windows pushes all the new shit. Everyone goes, God, I hate this. And Windows then goes, oh, okay, we'll go back. And they keep the shit that people liked and remove the shit people didn't like. And everyone goes, oh, this is so much better. And it's like, well, it's only because you don't like change. Like, it's actually, like, just different. Like, I didn't have a problem with Vista because I didn't care that it was different. I haven't had a problem with 11 because I don't care that it's different. There's probably all sorts of things that are worse. Like, people keep saying it's full of bloatware. I was watching a YouTuber like they did, they do programming as their YouTube thing, and they were like, "Oh no, my Unity's using all my RAM," and they open up their like task manager, and they had like 16 gigs of RAM or something. I'm going, you're a fucking YouTuber. Why you got 16 gigs of RAM? Like, immediately the problem would have persisted. It was literally that it was consuming all of the memory. But I was going like, everyone's complaining about how much XP, or how much Windows 11 uses, how much memory it uses, and they're all running on like 8 gig of RAM. And I'm like, but why? Yes, I got 64 as well. I think mainly because I don't think I could get more without like paying an obscene amount for it. But I'm using 57% of my memory. Ooh, what's using most of it? Fucking Chrome. But I'm pretty sure I've got 64. How do I remember? Yeah, I got 64. I used to have 128. But then I got a new computer and it was that whole like, I don't remember why. I think it was just one of those, I couldn't get 4 sticks of enough. Like it was like I've got 4 in there at the moment, so it's obviously 4 8s. And it's like I couldn't get pairs of 16s or something. There was some reason that I went 64 instead of 128. It was just like, yeah, I don't know what DK is. DKK. Let's go like snoop and find out what that currency is. DKK. DKK. Danish krona. Okay. So 400 DKK. 90 bucks. It's not actually that bad. Maybe. I don't know. Let's get a, I think it's PC case gear. This is where I usually buy my computers from. This is where I got my last computer from, but I'm not giving them publicity anymore. I did a short about them. They really pissed me off with their fucking cable management being cable tie everything so that you can't get into the hole. They just shoved all the cables in any hole they could find and cable tied it so they couldn't fall back out. It's like, that's not good cable management. It's like the cable management tied in a knot and shoved it in a hole. What are we looking for? Memory. We'll go with DDR5 because, you know, why would we go for anything but the top of the range? So 32 gigs, fuck yeah, no, it's like 3 times the price. God damn, shit's expensive. Yeah, so it's like twice what you paid for it, 3 times. And yeah, so you paid about $90, so we get about half the price that they're selling it here. But I'm sure we go down to DDR4. Let's see what the DDR4, I'm sure, is like so much cheaper. That or inflation has hit real hard because I have not been looking at prices and shit. Yeah, not $40. 16 gig, 16 gig, 32 gig, 100. So yeah, you actually got a pretty good deal. You got 32 gig for 16 gig again. Surely somewhere, fucking capacity. You go with 132. Apparently that doesn't exist. 216s. All sold out. Yeah, so it's all like twice what you paid for it. There's 216s for what you paid for it. So I guess it's if you get the fancy stuff or not. Don't really know what the difference is except the color. This is the stuff that I've got in my computer, I'm pretty sure. Except I think mine's DDR5. Yeah, so 216s on this particular brand, same price as what you paid. I don't know why it's so goddamn expensive. Let's just like see, like if I wanted 4 times 48, fuck me, that's some rich people money there. 2 times 48 doesn't exist. 2 times 24. See, that's what I don't get. Is it's not that much more expensive to get 2 by 24 than it is to get. Why? It's like it's $350. Or I could get 24 smaller than 32. Never mind. I'm just being an idiot. So 1 by 32. There aren't any. Okay. 2 by 16. So it's 180 versus. I guess it's 2 by 16 is like $350, and 4 by. So it's more expensive to get 4 cards than it is to get 2. Okay. There you go. Yeah. Who doesn't need 192 gigabytes of RAM? It's $1,000 fucking dollars. I do not have that kind of money to waste on RAM, but I can pretend I'm a YouTuber. I make money technically doing this. If we go to YouTube, I don't know. Don't spoil my inspiration. This is Code Bullet's video of doing the same thing. What are we do? We're going to studio, and we hope we don't dox ourselves. Should be right. Yeah, we should be right. Okay. Not my channel. I want to go to studio. Let's see how much I made on yesterday's live stream. That should be up. Maybe not. I don't remember. Live streams are weird. They take like 2 days before they tell you how much you made. So I streamed for like 3 hours or something. And we go to analytics. And we go to revenue. We go, yeah, it's not old enough yet. If we go back 1 more day, we should be right. So I streamed for 2 hours. And then we go to analytics, and we go to revenue, and we go, hey, I made 34 cents. So, you know, it's only going to take a couple of 100 hours of streaming to be able to afford that RAM. I was like 6 cents of it was live and 28 cents from replays, because apparently people have been watching my streams after the fact. It's approaching click-through rate of 1.2%. Apparently it's really fucking skyrocketed there. That what ends up happening here is that it showed it's like 3 people and 1 person clicked on it, like sort of thing. That's why it shoots up like that. Is that here it's showing it to people and nobody's clicking it, and then here it stops showing it to people and someone clicks on it, and it's just like it shoots through the roof. Bell notification sent 100%. 106 subscribers got notified. Apparently only 1% of them clicked through, which typical for YouTube is 0.5% to 2%. Views from bell notification, 1 person. Thank you, whoever you are. I have no idea who clicked through the bell notification on that live stream, but and it was so funny because these live streams I gave zero notice. I just like literally went, I'm going live now, and then with this one I gave like at least like an hour or two notice, and you can tell by the difference in like if you go to these ones, analytics, somehow concurrent viewers. This one wasn't too bad. You got like up to like 6 people at once and a drop like but it's pretty consistent. I think it was this one didn't get very well. Go analytics. As you can see, I've got really sidetracked because I don't feel like programming anymore, so I'm just like reach. No, this one got up to, okay. I thought there was less people on that one. Maybe it was this one. One of them did like really badly compared to like the day before. Engagement. Yeah, like this one had like 3 people at one point, but like basically nobody all day. But I think I did that one earlier in the day. That one, like this one was at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This one was at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This one was at like lunchtime. And this one was only an hour and a half long. We go to analytics and we go to engagement and we go that like 6 people all the way through. And then just for reference, this is today. Whoop. So as you can see, because I announced it early, this time here is literally the stream's not even live, and then the stream went live here. So somehow in this time period here, fractions of a viewer came, and it's just like it's some weird thing of like there was 1 viewer when the stream started, so it's like it's just drawing a weird line. And then there was a few people, then you obviously get an ad, and then there's a bunch of people, and then like we had 8 people at one point. That's good. We got 5 people right now, 9 likes. Yeah, just YouTube being YouTube, making me like no money. It would help if I made videos, but we don't talk about that. Anyway, what were we doing? We were going back here and going, right, we need to restart this because we corrected it so that the actual rotation gets applied. Now we need to make banana again. No, what? I'm even trying to paste 10 lines of text. We used to spam this for a little while, and then we go E, and then we go free camera, and then we just go down, and we go spam me more food. Wherever the food happens to be. Okay, so you got all this food coming pouring down. Okay, there's the banana is goddamn massive. I forgot that I scaled the banana. Oh no, the banana is huge. Let's make the banana stay that size because I kind of find that really funny. But we got to correct the rotation. So somewhere in here it says banana, and then we go, hey banana, can you rotate like by 60 degrees? Okay. So that tells me it's probably in radians, and it's also definitely not the right angle to be rotating. It's rotating around the... There we go. So rotate to 1.5 maybe. Yeah, that's looking good. That's looking good. So then we need to somehow offset it. No, not by that. That's the wrong direction. We need to offset it by like that one. That doesn't feel right. Must be this one. Yeah, but negative. Like how my approach is just to randomly fits with it until it works. So anyway, there's 2. There we go. So yeah, we're 1.5 maybe. Yeah, that's looking like a good banana length. And we go like 1. And we need to like slide it back a little bit. So to slide it back is probably this one. Other way. There we go. Maybe 1 or 2. There we go. That's the banana. That's what a banana's hitbox should look like. Don't mind the absolute massive units of bananas just pouring in. Oh, look at a barrel. Okay, apparently barrels after banana. 2 bananas can run into a barrel. So first off, you're going to be a cylinder. Let's just copy the banana for one thing. We don't need to copy its rotation and scale, I don't think. But copy that. Go to the barrel. Go, hey, can you have that, please? Okay, so not the right shape. Well, it is the right shape, but it's seen rot. Yep. Except I don't want to be rotating around that axis, do I? So I want to rotate around maybe that axis. No. That axis. Yeah, that seems about right. A bit higher than 1.5. Can't be bothered working out what exactly half of pi is. We probably should, though. 3.14159 divided by 2. 157. Okay. So then we need to give it the offset in the right direction. So this is like 0.5 that way. Nope, other way. 0.5. Like so. Nope, apparently that was right direction. Maybe it doesn't seem to be moving in the direction I'm expecting it to move. So let's just set that back to 0. Okay, I think it's you need to be 0.5. Nope, definitely not you. So we'll call that you 0. Okay, maybe it's X that needs to move. Yep, but only like half that amount. 0.3 maybe, 0.4. Nope, 3.5. She's looking right. Then we want to be like, maybe make it like a 3. Close, we're getting close. It doesn't need to be that long, maybe 7. Needs to be a little bit shorter again. So maybe 5. Yeah, I'd say that's good enough. I'm not like at all trying to get these right. Anyway, we're gonna pour in enough shit until another 2 barrels spawn, or like 1 barrel spawns and it collides with that barrel. Banana barrel. It's still too long. Wait, that's not right. Here, maybe that 0.4. Wait, 3, 2. It's probably better. Actually, you know what it is? No, it's broken out by ends. Anyway, and just gotta keep pouring it down. Just keep raining shit out of the sky. Eventually, 2 of those barrels will hit each other. Yeah, there we go. 2 of the barrels hit each other. I don't know what they've become. Oh, it's the beat. So the beat needs to be negative, please. And much smaller, apparently. I think in this case, we're going to scale it. You know what? Yeah, let's go tweak that. So scale of 2, please. But we're going to go tweak that because it's going to complain. But we're going to go, hey, banana, you're a scale of 2. Okay, and then we're going to go into the code and we're going to tweak it so that it's actually looking for a float, not a vec3, because we should make all these make the scale the same. So how does that work? We go here, we track you down, and we say, hey, you are F32, and you just say 1, and you're F32, and you just like return 1. I think can I do that? Is it no? It's not a valid thing to do. Okay, so I can just say 1, and then when we come down here, we say, hey, when you do this, can you just say vec3 splat food scale? Cool. Anyway. What does everyone want to see? Because I'm kind of getting bored of editing all these things individually. It is kind of funny. Maybe I should have like a first-person controller or something and run around and make it like throw them. But like, I don't know. What do people like want to see? Like, put in the chat what you actually want to see me doing, because I'm kind of getting a bit bored of just fucking around with these assets. It's funny, but it's also like really hot, and I kind of want to be focused on something. Let's go main. I'm gonna work on like a character controller. I thought it was interesting to do that from the top. My thought is maybe do a player collider, but like have a really big collider on the player so they can't get near the food, and have them try and like make the recipe by throwing the appropriate thing. So I'm going to try and implement that, I guess. So, well, it's because it's spoiling the camera. So the spawn in the camera is actually the player. So this is spawn player. So the player needs like 2 types of collider. Okay, so the player needs a collider. Not cuboid. We need a capsule. It needs to start at vec3 y minus 0 times y times negative 0. I want to say 7.5, and it ends at vec3 y times 0.25 with a radius of 0.25. I don't know where that's going to put a player's head. We need to rotation lock axes all. I don't know if that's correct. No, we want a rotation, lock rotation, because otherwise I don't think the player can fall. Lock rotation locked. Okay. So, locking the player's rotation, and that should be fun. Why is the player not falling? Because I don't think I gave them a rigid body, would be why. We need to give you a rigid body. So we're giving you a capsule, then we're going to say rigid body dynamic. Now you're going to trip over all the food. Okay, so now the player can stand on the ground apparently. Apparently they're laying over, which is somewhat hilarious to me, but why are you laying over? Why would you be? Oh, because I told you to fucking look at the ground, that's why. Don't look at the ground. So the player can just be at 0 and now fall into the box. Next, we need to say that first off, you're not the camera. You're the player, and then dot with child camera default. Okay. I kind of want to just nick the code from Untitled Dinosaur Tycoon game. Surely you have a fly camera of some description. Issue is I don't know if your fly camera is correct. Fly camera. Nah, just copy the whole fucking thing. Copy. Fly cam, and then paste. Okay, so you have your movement settings, right? And then you have a plugin. You do. Okay, so you spawn player. So when we spawn the player, we set the player's camera to be a child of the, yep. And we also set the play. Okay. So that implies, first off, like an obscene level of understanding on my behalf to have made this fly camera. I don't trust me to have made this fly camera. I must have stolen it from someone. Add. Well, I guess we just wrap this around. We go, hey, fly camera plugin, except it's player camera. So that should spawn the player camera. No, player camera is private, so it's not that we want. It's I guess it's player plugin that we want. Like so. We spawn the player plugin. And then we go here, we go, hey, when you spawn the player, can we whack these 3 pieces on it? Right. Now we have a fly camera, so somewhere we're spawning the player. We whack those additional 3 pieces, and then we gotta go, hey, can you import prelude lock axes like that, and then we've got to go up here and say, hey, just bring the whole prelude in. Okay, so now what are you complaining about? You can't find player. Okay, but you have a marker for player, don't you? Player, yep. Okay, so it's fly camera player, and spawn player is just not a thing that we do anymore. So we set up the map. Okay, so the question then becomes, I think we're going to keep our flying because it's kind of funny. The question is more like, where's the fruit going to come from? Slash, will we be pushed around by the fruit? Okay, for some reason, the player's camera is, well, broken for one thing. Where the hell did the player go? Okay, free. Where is the player? Where have they gone? I have a suspicion that by looking around, the camera got clipped under the fucking ground. So, first things first, why is the player camera offset like this? You're at 0, 0. Please put the camera at 0, 0. Now, I think what's happening is the player should be able to rotate fine. I don't know why the camera's getting busted. Okay, one issue is we're obviously just moving. We're not oh god. Okay, and then we get obviously falling faster and faster. All right, so we need to control the player not by directly moving them, but by applying impulse. So first off, we want to say is friction a thing? Coefficient. Combination rules, coefficient combination rules, and take the minimum, please. Okay. Just give the player a little lower friction, and then when we say player look, so I'm pretty sure player look should only move the camera, so we shouldn't be able to end up outside of the. I don't know how the camera ended up like it did. That's what concerns me, is that the player like ended up outside of the camera, or the camera ended up outside of the player's collider. It says no clip mode. Pretty sure no clip mode just moves the player. Yep. We should probably, if we can, say, hey, when you swap to no clip mode, can we say dynamic body, rigid body, dynamic body, rigid body, transform mute body, like so. So then we get the rigid body and we say, hey, like, wait, no, this is no clip move. We don't care about which body you're in. It's when we enter no clip that we want to care. Somewhere, toggle, cursor grab, invert, cursor grab. Is there any way to get into no clip mode? When do I use no clip? Player look, cursor grab, no clip move. Okay. Now, apparently no clip move is just a thing that we're doing. So I'm going to say no clip move. Can you request the dynamic rigid body? And then we say body, and then we say if body does not equal rigid body fixed continue. Okay, cool. Apparently can't compare them like that. Yeah. Alright, so if you're in fixed, you use no clip move, and then otherwise you use player move. Alright, thank you. Player move. So you need to do the same thing, I guess. Maybe instead of moving the player's transform, we want to change this to velocity. Wow, I guess technically we need to know the transform, don't we? Velocity. That's spelled wrong. Velocity. Okay, so we want to go here, you do this, work out forward, right. Okay, key dot pressed to boost, do the boost factor. And then instead of that, say velocity, not linear. Wait, why can't I? Why do I not have access to velocity? Oh, that's because that's supposed to be called delta. And then this is velocity. I think I overrode it immediately. Not linear. I also think your equals, not plus equals. I also don't think I should be multiplying by delta time. Because technically the physics engine would then multiply by delta time. Okay, so it's kind of working. Except, first off, why is the camera so wonky? That's the real question, isn't it? Why am I not in the center of the fucking, like, look at, going around. Why am I not in the center of you anymore? How am I moving? Because I bet I've got a second movement enabled. Fucking move camera. Go away. So the camera is moving within the inside of the player's head, and that's why the player is not inside. So the camera is like outside of the player and moving further away. As I was moving the player. I think, again, I want to get rid of the delta set time. I reckon that... Actually, wait. I don't think I multiply by the delta time. So, first off, I'm not moving at all now. Yeah, if you want to jump in the Discord, you can jump in. I don't mind. Just don't do what Danny did last time. He jumped in and just like immediately start cursing because he didn't realize I was streaming. That was fun. Yeah, just jumped in saying inappropriate shit. Delta. Okay, so I reckon we don't want to multiply by delta seconds because I reckon that's what's ending up going wrong. Is that we're basically just telling it to move such a microscopic amount, and then because the physics engine's then running on the same time step, it's like multiplying by like, so we're telling it to move at 1/60th of the speed, and then moving 1/60th of that amount instead of moving at a reasonable speed. Something in my sock. A rock. Okay. So, still not letting me move. Well, kind of. No, I mean, you can join if you want. If your English isn't at that level, it just means you won't say anything inappropriate because it's just lost in translation, rather than intentionally saying dumb shit because you didn't realize I was live. I don't really mind. Again,
main thing that when Danny did it was he did it right at the beginning of a stream, which is supposedly when like YouTube's like filters are set to their highest, and like if you do something right at the beginning, it's like, oh, they'll get you. So, yeah, I don't care. I'm not making any money from this anyway. So, so my question is, why are you not moving? Am I just not giving you enough of a shove? By 1,000. My suspicion is that there's just too much drag. No, apparently. Why? Why though? So there's the... Oh, well, it would help if I put the goddamn move player as an actual function that gets called. You know, that would help, wouldn't it? Okay. Still not moving. Okay. So why is it not moving now? Well, first off, are my key bindings correct? Who goddamn knows? I'm assuming the default key bindings will be working. Wherever the goddamn key bindings are. Mouse settings. Key bindings. What are your defaults? Yep, AWSD. Okay. So why are you not moving? Can I... It says no clip move. I don't care about no clip move. Let me go here. And say print line. Yes, please print the delta. Okay. So what's interesting is you're never getting to here. Oh, because I'm not giving the player a velocity. Because I can't override the velocity. Just please give the player a default velocity that I can then override. I'm now going to zip off because I multiplied by 1,000, but you know, that's what you got to do. Okay. Yes. So not only did you zip away, so multiply by 1,000 by this is too much. But we also need to say that delta dot y plus equals velocity dot linear dot y. Basically, we need to conserve the y, otherwise it keeps resetting it to 0 and your player can't fall down. The gravity stops working because we're constantly overriding the falling. Okay. Well, we still somehow managed to fall out of the goddamn world. So where the hell are we going? Where did it go? You're the player, yeah? And we want to go transform. Apparently it's in... Oh. Forgot about that. If delta dot is finite. Somehow it's setting it to like infinity. Or not infinity? Man, I don't know. Oh, and we've done it again. Like, why do we keep zipping away like that?
Also can't just go clicking around in the goddamn editor, it crashes. Well, apparently our velocity is negative infinity. How are we getting to infinity? I don't know what our speed is. Our delta never touches it, so it is finite. Delta equals delta dot normalize all 0. Oh, now we're flying upward. Well, I think we want to normalize all 0 before we capture that. Otherwise, we end up not being able to fall any faster than 1 unit. And let me guess, back to infinities. Yep. Why is adding your velocity? Oh, because we're timesing it by speed. Okay. Times by settings dot speed. Right. Then add the y. Then equal the delta. Yes, this is written in Rust. Bevy is the game engine. The language is Rust. It's finally working. Oh, don't jump. Jump. The jump power is just insane. Oh, God. It's too fast. Okay. What we are learning is that our speed is probably set just a little bit too high. And because we maintain the y, that's why. Okay. We probably shouldn't have our speed set to whatever our speed's set to. Where's the speed? Speed's set to 100. Let's set a speed of 1. Try that. The math behind the velocity is pretty just simple. Where is it? Logic. It's probably not the best math, but it's probably not the best approach because I'm just kind of like hacking together something from another project. But I start with the delta, then I work out the local z, which is the forward direction, taking into consideration how the player's rotated. Don't know why I calculate it this way. I then calculate forward as being a specific vector of the local z, and the right being a different vector. I'm not sure why, because I'm pretty sure I can just call local forward and local right, and to get these out. But again, copy pasting code from somewhere else. We check to see if the cursor's been grabbed to make sure that we're actually controlling the player. Otherwise, if you hit the escape key, we don't want to be moving the player if you're not locked the mouse. We then check to see which keys have been pressed. If you're pressing the move forward key, we add to the forward. We add the forward to our delta. If you're pressing backwards, we subtract forward. If you're moving left, we subtract right. If you're moving right, we add right. If you're holding spacebar, if you're trying to move up, we add Y. If you're trying to move down, we subtract Y. If you're holding the shift key, or the boost key in this case, we multiply it by the boost factor. It just means you can move faster by holding shift. We print it out, which we don't need to do. Yeah, then we normalize it, which not entirely necessary, but I was having issues, so I was just trying to work out why it kept getting to infinity. It's because I was multiplying by 100 and adding it every frame, which was just making it blow up to infinity really quickly. So we have our delta, we normalize it, or return 0, and then we multiply by our speed value. We reset the y, because we add the current y. That means that as you're falling, it doesn't keep resetting the y to 0. Otherwise, you can't have gravity because you'd keep resetting 0. We make sure that it's not infinity, and then we set our velocity to that value.
And then that makes our player move around. Using physics, which means that they can't like clip through walls because we're setting their velocity rather than just moving them. Before I was just moving them, which meant they would just walk through the wall because they were moving quick enough. They'd just be on the other side of it. Now I'm moving really slow. Okay, so we need to make the speed maybe 5. Anyway, let's work out where we're pooping out our fruit from, out of our face. Okay. So we need to give them some kind of forward momentum, which is kind of fun. Because at the moment they're just sort of plopping out of our head. Ah, there's a lot of languages to know. I never got C++. Couldn't learn it. It's too hard. I did some Java back when I was really into Minecraft and wanted to do modding, so I like learnt some Java. But again, it's one of those. I was doing that when I was like 12, so I didn't. Never really got far with that. Oh, doesn't like that. Oh look, big ass banana. And then we're into the things that I haven't set the colliders for. So like there's cheese, there's a cheese. Okay. I guess we can progress over these while we're here. So let's track down. So what would have been next? So we've got banana, we've got barrel, we've got beet. Bottle of ketchup. I don't see a bottle of ketchup rolling around, so it must have been combined already. There's a knife. There's like a bowl of soup. Okay. There's a bottle of mustard, bottle of oil, bowl of broth. Do you think bowl of broth is what this purple thing is? I reckon this purple thing's a bowl of broth. So let's make you a box. Oop. That's how he's box. 0.1, 0.1. Do you reckon that? Do you have a square collider now? Yes. Okay, so you're the... Okay. So I think we want your scale to be 0.5 maybe. Yeah, that looks a bit better. I think we can go back to being a ball. We just need to give it a proper offset of like a negative maybe. Okay, and then the ball needs to be like what? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so there's the bowl of broth done. So next is apparently a bowl of cereal is rolling around in here somewhere. I don't know how we ended up scaling past so many things. There's a coconut, bowl of soup, bowl, bread, broccoli. I think it's the broccoli. Looks like cauliflower, but it could be. I don't know. I don't know what the broccoli looks like. Is that burger cheese double? Okay, let me make you really big so we can know which one we're looking at. There was multiple burgers rolling around. I saw them. Apparently, it's none of those. Oops. You only need to multiply delta seconds if you're trying to like convert to have a consistent frame rate. But because I'm setting the velocity, the it's to the left of me. No, I think that's a different burger. That's like a double one. That's the burger double, I reckon. Burger double, pretty big. Okay. So probably 0.1. I don't have to multiply by delta time because when the physics engine applies the velocity, it will already be multiplying it by delta time. So if I do that, I end up just like making the velocity much smaller than it needs to be, because the velocity is not proportional to time. The amount you move from a velocity is proportional to time. Okay, so now I need to double that burger so that. Get it and 0.25, I reckon. It feels too big. That's probably better. This is a very silly game that I'm making. I've done C sharp, done a bit of Python. Really despise Python. I find it like really annoying. Lots of like weird like not like so much SO langs, but like games that have languages that are like sort of Python but not quite Python. Those sorts of languages like the farmer's been replaced. That kind of like not really a full language, but like game made from a language. What else? The one that Zoding made. I think I kind of learned that more from watching him than actually programming in it. What else did I fucking? I think that's all the main ones. Yeah, I did a tiny bit of Java back when I was doing that. Tried to learn Golang, but I just couldn't get my head around it. Like, because I was trying to teach myself rather than do tutorials. I don't like Python because Python lets you make a mistake and then the compiler error that comes from that mistake is like 6 or 7 function calls later, not where you made the mistake. That's why I don't like Python. It lets you make a mistake and not tell you about it, whereas Rust will either not compile or crash immediately, and the error will point exactly where it crashed. Whereas Python has that issue of if you accidentally hand it the wrong type, it may be 3 or 4 functions that it's passed it to before one of them goes, that's the wrong type, and returns an error. I don't know, I never got that far into it. I just got really annoyed with it. It's the same as I actually like that Rust and C and all that force you to have semicolons at the end of every line, because like I wish they would compile anyway but still report the error. That's a bit annoying when it's like it doesn't compile because you missed a semicolon when Rust takes so long to compile. But I didn't like Python, especially because Python I ran into the same issue a lot of people complain about is Python won't run if you have tabs and spaces in the same file. It'll run with tabs or spaces, but it can't run with tabs and spaces. So there's all sorts of things in Python that if you don't know and you try to teach yourself, it's just horrendous. And that was the thing, like I never watched the tutorials. I just tried to program in Python and it just never worked for me. It was always just horrendously bad. So somewhere I saw a burger. I'm sure I saw just a regular old burger. I'm sure you're the broccoli, I reckon. No, you're not broccoli. Okay. You're a cabbage. So the cabbage, I mean, whoop. No, you're not a cabbage. I don't know how I missed a bunch of items. Look, there's that. I don't know if it's a burger or a cheeseburger or what. Is that just a burger? Are you a burger? No, you're not a burger. I think you're a burger cheese. If I was to guess, you're a burger cheese. Yes, indeed, you're a burger cheese. Okay. We slowly track down all the bugged items. Look, there's just regular cheese. That's fun, because we could turn regular cheese into a box, because we haven't used a box in a while. Somewhere we see the word cheese. Carrot? Can? Cheese! I assume it's you. Box. Yes, it would. That depends on the IDE you're using as well. Because in Visual Studio, if I hit Tab, right, it actually puts it should. It puts spaces. Like if I gotta get it to a state where it actually let me tab. See how I can actually go in between. It's not actually putting tabs. It's putting spaces. It just puts 4 tabs. Puts 4 spaces whenever I hit tab, which means for something like Python it would work. But if I actually went and edited the file to have a /t, which is the tab escape character, it wouldn't compile because it didn't like that both were present. Either would work, but not both. But yeah, again, they may have fixed that. I just know that like it depending on what IDE you were using to a lot of like the mechanical stuff would just change. Anyway, cheese box. The other thing to remember is that I also did a lot of this stuff like years and years ago and just kind of gave up. My brain is like, nope, Rust is what I will learn, and that is it. I have given up on all other languages. Cauliflower. Surely you're the cauliflower. Yes, okay, I do know my vegetables. Cauliflower. Okay, so I think I want you to be slightly smaller, maybe. And then like 1.5, 1.5. I don't know. I don't really have a dream career. I'm machinist by trade, and I really enjoy doing it. I just like don't like working. That's the biggest issue. It's like what's your dream career? It's like not working. I would like for someone to tell me this is what you're going to do to generate enough income that you get to live, but also be like something that I actually want to be doing. Like I would love to do programming as a career. I'm just not very good at it. So it becomes that whole thing of like, maybe if I'd gone into it as in like a thing and like working in coding might be like how machining works, where it's like at home I can't machine for shit just because my brain doesn't work, but when at work it's like, hey, here's the job, get the job done. The only thing I don't like is when I've finished the job, it's kind of like, okay, we'll find something else for you to do. Here's another job. I wish it was, hey, here's the job, job's done, okay, you can go home. Like that's what I want, is a work where it's like, this is what we need you to get done to earn your paycheck. After that, you're free to go. That would be my dream job, is just a job that I can leave when I'm done. As opposed to like, at the moment, it's very much like, oh, you're done, let's find something else for you to do. Which my brain doesn't like because it penalizes you for being good. Like I'm faster than everyone else, which means I just end up doing their work for them. That looks like a half coconut to me. Yep, coconut. 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 Is it not? It's probably not coconut. It's coconut half. Boop. Coconut. Technically, I think you need to be a little bit bigger. Hey yo. Okay. We spawn more crap. Okay, why is the cheese not correct? Okay, there's also a knife rolling around for some reason. Cheese. Cheese slice. Box. Yeah, that's partly just like, it's not like I've made anything particularly impressive here. I spawned a bunch of shit in a box. But it's that idea of like, I can really easily take other people's ideas and make them like this, but I can't make my own stuff, if that makes sense. Like I was explaining to someone, it's like, I'm really good at telling people why their ideas won't work, but very bad at coming up like with what ideas would work. The idea being like, I can tell you what doesn't make sense. My example that I gave was the Japanese used to have like a thing. It's like, oh, you smelt down the enemy's bones and put them in your sword because you captured their fighting spirit or whatever, and it made your sword stronger. In reality, they were making steel, and it's like, my brain is like, I can tell you that that does not work the way you said it does, but I can't tell you why it does work. Like that example, obviously, I know why it does work, but I can tell you why something won't work or why it's probably a bad idea to do it a certain way, but I couldn't tell you the right way of doing it. And so it makes it very hard for me to actually make projects work, because I get stuck in that situation of not knowing what to do. And it's part of why I'm streaming this sort of stuff, is because I feel an extra pressure when I'm streaming to just get it to work, and therefore will ignore my instinct to do it right, and therefore not do it at all. Because a lot of the time I end up sitting there like trying to work out the best way of doing it and stuff, rather than just actually implementing it. The same as like the way I made all these is I literally wrote like not a macro, because Rust has proper macro writing code. I wrote a function that passed them in the worst possible way and then exported them back into a file. And it was like, it works. Yeah, editing someone else's code. Yeah, I find it hard. Technically, I've had people offer me jobs because I'm a YouTuber kind of thing. Like they're going like, "Oh, I've seen your stuff." Like, but I'm currently doing my apprenticeship, which means that like, I can't just change career. Like I've got another 2.5 years, something like that. I think it's 3 years before I can actually like change careers because I'm like locked into a contract. But I would be interested in doing something like this. It's just I worry that if I started like and changed careers like that, I would not be good enough, and it's just one of those terrifying things of like not starting because I'm like I don't think I'm good enough. Somewhere there is a knife. Cake birthday. I don't know how I've got out of sync because surely they should be in alphabetical order. No, because like I'm working full time, so it's not like I can't like look into other employment. It's that like an apprenticeship. Because I don't know if you know what an apprenticeship is, kind of thing. But it's like I've gone into a trade and I have to spend 4 years doing that trade full time, as well as schooling. Like 1 day a week, I go to TAFE, which is like a school for trades, and they will teach me the stuff that work doesn't teach me, but at work I just do the trade, and they're supposed to train me to learn all the skills, and then at the end of it I become a tradesman and I'm supposed to know how to do everything, kind of thing. So I'm working full time, so I couldn't really intern because I'm just busy. But yeah, I guess like when I finish, I could go do something like that. I don't know. They've said I've got a job there when I'm done. Like it's not like some places when you finish your apprenticeship, they're kind of like, okay, go. We need another apprentice because you get to pay apprentices less because technically they're not fully qualified. So a first year apprentice only gets half the like required. Like there's a minimum wage you can pay them, and an apprentice is half that for the first year, and then it's something like I think it's like 60%, 70%, 90%, and then full trade wage when they go to full trading. So it becomes that thing of like some places will kick you out straight away, going like, "Hey, we want another cheap employee because you're not really doing skilled work. You're doing like shit that we have to give you something to do." And the government also, I think, gives people like businesses support to train more people in this thing because it's kind of like we need more tradies. But work said I've got a job there when I'm done, so it's kind of like I might stay there. I don't know. I haven't really decided yet. It is like 3 years away, so yeah, kicking the barrel. I gotta find out what these things are. I want to say there's a knife somewhere. Knife? Wait, no, it's actually yeah. Knife. Knife. Okay. There's a knife block, knife cooking. Okay. Cooking, knife chopping. I feel like I make you really big. We'll find out if there's any of them. There's one. Yeah, it was nice chatting. I enjoy having a little company to talk about while I'm doing funny stuff on stream. Okay, fair enough. 0.1. Okay, so we have the knife, and now we need to make the knife not so offset. For some reason, I feel like the knives are actually in the right spot already. So we need to get way thinner. And then 0.5 long, slightly longer, 0.65. Yeah, 0.7. Yeah, 0.7. Okay, and then maybe a little bit taller. Yeah, interesting. 1.2. 1.25. Actually, 1.2 is probably right. And then we want to just say, hey, can you go to minus? Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's that knife done. Really should have them like set in their own little thing so I know when they're done or not. Anyway, utensil knife. I have a feeling the utensil knife is the other one that's like floating around. No, apparently not. Knife block. Not knife block, apparently. Knife chopping.
We'll know if any of them are out there because they'll be really big. Okay, so apparently no more knives are out and about. Just spawn some other shit in. There's a spatula. Cooking spatula. Box. 0.1. Okay, cool. Call you. Actually, probably want to go negative 0.1. Like so. Make you 0.4 long. 5 long. 0.6 long. Yeah, 0.7. Just need to make it slightly wider. There we go. The weird spatula. Something tells me that's at the wrong height. I think you need to be like, maybe just a 0. No, negative 0.5. There we go. Okay. Something's over here. It's a can of some kind. Can small. I think you want to be a capsule. Yep, okay, it is the can. Okay, so I reckon you need to be 0. Okay, so apparently it can... I reckon you should put you to be 0. Okay, so I think we need to be like 0.2 maybe. See, that's the issue, is it has to be round, first off. Definitely negative. 0.1. 0.5. Yeah, so you might as well just be a bowl then. So, okay. What the fuck is this thing? Still don't know what that's called. Is that a chocolate bar? I think that's a chocolate bar. Okay. Chocolate, wrapper chocolate. Nope. Apparently it's not just a regular chocolate. Cookie chocolate. I reckon it's going to be box. Okay, no, it's not chocolate wrapper. I bet you're cheese. Something tells me you're cheese. Okay. Nope, no, don't replace it with that. Clear that, please. Cheese. Cheese. I reckon you should be. I don't know if it's a bowl that I guess it's a bowl because it's going to be round. It's going to be way too big. Yep. That's too small. That needs to be negative. We need like 3. Okay, there's the cheese. The massive cheese. I think we're going to make the cheese a little bit smaller. I'm going to say scale. 0.5. So we still need to work out the chocolate. The other thing to do would be to go cookie chocolate. Would be just like see if we can get it to do mesh based collision, but that kind of takes the fun out of some of it. Okay, so it's not that chocolate either. What the? Pop side chocolate? Maybe it's not chocolate at all. Maybe it's something like a cracker. There's another can. I reckon it's going to be this can. So we're going to go capsule. Okay, so it needs to be like 0.2 radius. Nope. 1.5. Cool, and 1.5 long, I reckon. And use it as a negative. Okay. Weird ass canned fruit. Hey, look, a carrot. We can probably find a carrot pretty easy. I can't believe there's like 7 people watching this right now. Carrot. Carrot. Yes. Your capsule will be or capsule. The other trick is there might be other sizes we want to do something so. Length of probably 3. Push this barrel out of the goddamn way. We need to send the carrot to probably -3. -2. To make the carrot just a tad bit wider. That's better. I don't know what that chocolate bar is. It's really having a good time spinning around though. Banana. Okay. We should really check to see if there's other. I pushed them into each other. I forgot I could actually manually combine shit. That looks like milk, maybe. Cream. Theone. Box. Okay, it's not that one. Whipped cream, ice cream, whipped cream. Okay, well, apparently it's not cream. Okay, is there anything else that I recognize? Spawn some more shit in. That burger is really goddamn big. Okay, that one, I know that one. That's can open. Can open. Sure. It was 1.5.1.5.1.5. If I remember correctly. Yep, that's can. Now, your burger and you're probably double. So, burger. Burger cheese double. Yep. Yep. Okay, burger cheese double. There's just a bowl of cheese. I should definitely look to see if there's different types of colliders. Spawning a whole bunch more. Hey, look, there's the bottle of ketchup. That bottle? Ketchup. You are a cylinder. Or capsule. Okay, you need to be like twice as long. Maybe 3 times. 3 times is too much. I reckon you need to be 1.5 and 2.5. 0.25. There we go. There's a ketchup bottle done. Okay. Now, partly, I want to give things a velocity. That's one of the knives. Probably the cooking knife chopping would be my guess. Yep. Okay. First off, you need to be a box. 0.05. 0.1. Okay. So now we've got you sitting like that. So we need you to be taller. I reckon 0.5. It was 0.7, wasn't it, on the others? And probably 0.3 wide. Okay, cool. And we need this to be 0 because
think all the knives are correct in that direction. Okay, so that's definitely too tall, so 0.6 possibly, and probably 0.2. Okay, then we just need to make you negative 0.2 here. 3. There we go. Give a little kick. Hey, look, there's the chocolate bars. Choc. Is that how you spell chocolate? Is this chocolate wrapper? If I make this bigger. Yep. Okay. They're chocolate wrappers. So that needs to be even smaller, so 0.5. Okay, and then that's gonna be really funny is if they actually got colliders stored inside their WGL. It's like custom. Oop. They combined! No! Now I'll never know. Is there any more around? Apparently not. Alright, I think we found the next chocolate though. I'm guessing that is cooking chocolate. Just regular chocolate? Okay. So I think that's 0.5. Yep, that's regular chocolate. Okay. So it's negative nothing. Negative 0.1. Okay, and then we want to go, how do you make it like 2 long? 3 long? Yep, and then 1.5. Yay, chocolate. What the hell is that thing? It's like a chopstick. Chopstick. Box. 0.1. Okay. Now the chopstick stopped rolling away. Probably want to set that to 0. Do that. Okay. So next is to say, hey, probably like, maybe double that. Probably. Okay, so that's the right one. Be longer, but like that. And then maybe 4 long, 5 long, 4.5 long. Okay, and then we just want to add not that one. That's actually probably correct there. It's probably that one. Right, negative. Ta-da! Chopstick done. Chopstick stuck to me. Okay. Kick. Okay. Kick. That's some kind of bowl of noodles. Okay, cool. Just gonna leave that for now. Right. There's a cake of some description floating around somewhere. Oh, that one's noodles. Okay. Still fascinated by the fact that there's like 7 people watching this. So what are we doing? Trying to track down. Is there an asset called noodles? Apparently not. Okay, I don't know what that is then. It's a barrel. There's another barrel. Let's kick the barrels into each other and see what they make because there's something easy to find. Go. They make a turnip. Okay. Come on, push. Push. Oh, okay, another turnip. Obviously, because it's 2 barrels. Here we go. Push. Push. I feel like I should give these recipes instead of... Okay. Push. 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 Come on, you can combine. That's a pot of ketchup. Very good ketchup. Okay. What the hell is that thing? That's celery.
I think I know what I want this game to be now. Just because I think like in my head it's just really fun. It's this really dumb concept of a game. So we're gonna be like -0.3. So, but we want you to be like 5 long. Okay, 5.5 long. And then you're going to be 2.5 to 7. Okay, and then we want you to be 0.5 and 0.5. Like so. Giving us a nice weird looking celery stick. You are weird. What I need is some kind of way of like right clicking on something and having it tell me what it is. Oh look, there's broccoli. We just go back to files right at the top. Broccoli. I guess broccoli could be a capsule. Okay. So the trick now is to wow, you need to be like really big. That's probably too big. Yep, that looks about right. So do -2. Yep, that looks like a nice little broccoli glider. Okay. So, next up, do we have the icons? I'm pretty sure I do. I'm pretty sure in the folder that I downloaded, which is somewhere, probably in my downloads. Control J, don't show stuff you're not supposed to. This is the mini kitchen, I think. That one's the food one. So it's with the models. We're going to go here, preview. Yes, yes, avocado half, an apple. Yes, yes, apple half. Yes. Wow. Okay, the plan is coming together. Don't mind me just like do this. Rename icons. Now we have to. Oh no. Oh no. Well, the trick is parse it and then re-put it back. I think that's right. Parse it and put it back. Parse it and put it back. Okay, so we have to like modify our macro to parse it and then put it back. So making assets. So we need to go through and go, hey, capsule food type. Okay, so that's all metadata captured. So what we need to do is say let old equal okay. std read fs read to string, and then the path is going to be nope, not path, because path here is clearly wrong. Food glb. It's going to be wherever we saved. Okay, we need to okay, so we need to output equals. Okay, it's the output file. So first things first is read okay output. So I think the trick here is to say don't bother with this bit. We want to put dot unwrap. Okay, so you read output, probably want to give it a reference to output because otherwise we won't be able to get output again. So then we want to say let old equal Ron Fromster old dot unwrap. Okay, and then we want to put back Rondi 30 pretty well. That's incorrect, but it's pretty old. Old like that, and then with a run pretty config. Come on. Okay, so then your type is food asset. Right. So that should work in that run should then get us our food asset. So what we need to do is make sure that the food asset is able to so we need an icon, which is a string. Okay, and then 30 default. Okay, so we run this, and then we're going to go here, and we're going to say old dot icon equals how did we do this? Path. Okay, so we want something like this to file, right? Because the files are stripped. Except it's not here. It's icons /png. Right, these are PNGs, yeah. Okay, cool. Because at this point we've stripped file. Yep. Okay. And then we write it back in. And then if we were smart, we would git commit this, but we're not smart, so we're gonna we go. Hopefully, it crashes before it accidentally overrides our data. It failed. Why did you fail? You failed on panicked on asset. Which one though? Celery stick apparently, which kind of makes sense because I think that was the last one I was banging around inside. Yep, that works. Celery, no, somewhere celery stick. Yeah, there's a letter A somewhere in there. That's not supposed to be in there. And then this should work just fine running it again because we've got overriding the value. Okay, cool. So now they should all have icons, which should. How far behind is this stream? Seeing like a preview Windows Miles Bond. Okay. Well, now they all have all the fields filled in. That's interesting. Anyway, so what do I want to do is right. We want to go. The dog is munging on something. Here, when we say spawn food, we want to have a local like active. Which is going to be a local boolean. I reckon it should be an option enum.
No, option entity. Whether this is going to work is sort of pure chance, really. So we're going to say mute query, except I want mute the dynamic rigid body. We just want all the rigid bodies. Okay, we're going to say, hey, you're actually static, fixed. Now this could cause issues because the player is going to be in contact with it, and I feel like this could just like fling us around.
Maybe we say don't have a rigid body then. So then we're going to say active dot. So we're going to say just pressed, run this logic. Dereference active equals some command spawn that dot id. Right. So that's going to spawn that, and this is all going to happen inside of you just press left click. Okay. Except we kind of want your parent to be player, so maybe we should grab the player's entity as well. Entity transform dot with parent, set parent, and so we say player E, set your parent is player E, player dot translation. Okay, so plus player dot forward. But as vec3. Okay, so that should put the fruit in front of us. Now the issue is that it gets its fruit handle, which means that it's gonna get its collider. You're gonna give it a collider. Wait, but it won't get a rigid body. You'll get a collider, but you won't get a rigid body, which should be fine. Because without a rigid body, I don't think that... Oh, actually, the colliders might be treated as static then. And again, I think it's going to be the player is inside the collider. It's going to fly us off backwards. Anyway, what we do now is instead we don't need this anymore. So then we say if player just pressed and active dot is none. It's clever. It's clever. Okay, if active dot is some and input dot just release mouse left, active equals none. Yes, but not quite. Do we have access to time? We don't. So time. Res time. Okay. So you need an option. You need an entity and a. I feel like time.instant would work here, but that seems like a really bad idea. So we just want to go like. When I call time.elapsed, what do I get? What do you actually return? A duration. So you're going to hold a duration as well. Okay. So when I say sum, it's sum comma time.elapsed. Mostly because I don't feel like updating it every frame. They need to be a tuple. Thank you. Like that, please. Okay, lovely. Okay, so then we say, I guess technically your if let sum start action that's what I want. I think technically you need one more clothing brace. Okay. If elapsed time started when start duration is no. Let power equal time dot elapsed minus start. Dot as sec. Okay. No. Why no? As seconds F32. Okay, the number of seconds has passed. That is our power. Then we want to say want to say something. Commands. Well, it's more like if input just released left mouse button. You really want to set action to none, don't you? Or active to none. That's the last thing we do. Thank you. So do that. Well, just active can be set to none. Here we go. Technically, when I set none, if it's some, but then I feel like it's always going to happen. So I don't know why I don't even think I need to nest it. So let food equal commands.entity. Yeah, that's correct. Then we want to say food dot insert rigid body dynamic. We also want to insert a we need to say like the player as well. We might need the player's camera. It's with fly camera. No. Player. It's more like we need you to give us your player camera like that, and then we want to go camera is global transform. That. Then we just say, hey, like we can just ignore the rest of you. And then we say, hey, ignore that one. And then gap the camera. And then we say, okay, so we need to say let forward transform equals I think it was camera dot get cam dot get else error no camera found. Continue. Return. Okay, and then you will let okay. I think that's right. Okay, so then we need to say let forward equal transform dot forward dot as vec3 times by power, and then your velocity is linear forward angular 0. Ooh, is that gonna work? We will find out. Yeah, too many arguments, I don't care. So first thing is when I click, you are spawning them just in the wrong spot. Where are they spawning relative to me? Why are they spawning so much above me? Like, where are they actually spawning is the better question. Oh, something crashed. First off, why are they despawning? Okay. We also have to unparent it. That would be another thing to do. Dot remove parent. Question becomes: do I ever stick a? That's in here. Do I ever stick a dynamic body? Rigid body. Body. I don't think I ever stick a rigid body back on it, so. Where are you spawning them? I don't know where they're going. So if I click quickly, they spawn. But if I click and hold, why is it not working then? That is interesting. So if I click and release within the same thing, it works for some reason. I don't get it. They're spawning, like, obviously. Okay. Question is, why are they not spawning? Nothing needs a rigid body. Why would they not be spawning if I don't let go in the same frame? Like, you spawn it, right? And you give it the food and the transform. And I don't think I ever override the transform. Right. It's probably partly to do with that. I only need to give you that because I'm setting your parent, which means that your position. I think when we unparent you, we set your transform to your global translation. Okay. So for some reason, it's still got gravity applied to it. So first off, what the hell is giving you rigid bodies? Oop. Okay. I don't quite understand what is going on. Okay. So that's kind of working. Not really, but kind of. So when I unparent you, I think I need to reset. Because it's obviously resetting your position. So that's fine. So I need to set your transform from translation, and it just needs to be forward, I guess. Well, actually, no, not forward. It's
just transform.translation plus forward. Right. Because if I don't reset their position, they end up deparenting and then they go to their absolute position rather than their global position, because it's weird. I don't know why Bevy chooses to do that when it unparents things. Okay. Well, where are you appearing though? Also, it's very bizarre that you're doing that. So one of you is still attached to me. So somehow I need to stop it from doing that. It's that they're getting the collider attached to them. Right. So I probably need to modify the code so that they don't attach the collider unless it has a rigid body. But then I need to somehow attach the collider if the rigid body is added. So spawn food from handle. So you're on changed, but you don't do anything, but you do update the collider. See, that's the issue. You update the collider, which means that this won't run if it doesn't have a collider. But the collider is on the root body. So one thing we could do is just like check to see if it has a rigid body. So it could be like option rigid body, like that. Except we want to go up here and we want to say just use the whole preview, please. Why are you complaining? Why are you complaining? Have I messed up something? Rigid body. Okay. Then we say body. Like that. Then we say so insert the collider. Okay. So we need to say commands entity da 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 da. We need to say let entity and entity equal commands.entity, like so, and do that, and then say entity.insert this, right? And we're going to grab this bit. We're going to go, hey, get rid of this bit. I'm going to say if body.isSum, then entity dot insert. Not the best approach because it results in number of changes in archetypes, but that should be fine. Now, why are you complaining that a rigid body is not a valid component? That's because, no, that prelude, not the other one. They're different apparently. Now, body was mutable. If body is sum, insert the component. Now we need to do the same thing here. We need to say, hey, I need this to be an optional collider. And then we need to say, if let sum mute collider equals collider. Dereference the collider, like so. You don't, okay, apparently you need to be mutable anymore, which is a bit weird, but okay. So now we check to see if it has a collider before we do that. And then we need to add the logic of fn add collider, which is commands, entity, rigid body. Close. So commands, we just need the food, this. Okay, we don't need this. We needed added rigid body. Okay, and then do this. We go, hey, added, get the food entity, and then we don't check if body is sum, we just chuck it on. So we can probably tidy that up like that. And we don't need to keep a reference to you monstrosity. Okay, we can add the collider after the fact, which means that if we don't stick a rigid body on it, it won't have a collider. But once we stick a rigid body on it, it'll gain the collider, so that we can hold the fruit in front of us without having to worry about it pinging all over the place. And then when we drop the fruit, it'll gain a collider. You're still getting a collider, which I dislike. So when I spawn you with no rigid body, please. Yes. So why are you getting given a collider? You don't have a rigid body. Because I've said all of them must have a rigid body. No, you don't get a rigid body. Okay. So first off, where the hell is it? When I let it go, it spawns in front of me. But where is it right now? That is the question. Why are you not spawning when I click? Why are you only spawning after I let go? That is the question. Am I just an idiot? Spawn food. Just press left mouse. And active is none. Well, active should start as none. So, question. If I reopen the game, if I hit E and I go left click, you're not spawning anything. Which is very bizarre. Because input just press left mouse. Why are you not getting here? What is your problem? Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so it's spawned. Hey, look, there it is. Why did it take so long? And why are you at a fucking 45-degree angle to me? And why did you fire off such goddamn speed? But where are you now? Nowhere, apparently. I mean, it's fine that it's at that angle. I just don't understand why it's at that angle. So obviously it's behind me then. First off, the power is not there. But why is the power not there? So for one thing, we need to multiply the power. We also need to clamp the power, but that's a different story. It's also really easy to do, so like why not do it? How do we calculate power? Where is power calculated? Power is calculated here. Times by 10. And then I'm going to clamp to 10. Dot clamp between I guess 1 and 10. Okay, so why are you not correct? So when I'm spawning you, how am I getting where to spawn you is the question. So I spawn you at translation.player.forward. Why is player.forward not in front of the player? Okay. Why don't we, instead of grabbing the player's transform like ever, just do that, then do the same thing we did to get the translation for the camera, which is to go, hey, do that. And then we say, hey, camera is actually player. And then we say translation dot forward is vec3. And then you only have one thing to remove. Okay, cool. So that should mean that it's always in front of the camera. Because for some reason, turning around doesn't rotate it properly. Which probably means that I'm moving the camera. Like entirely, like when I rotate, I'm rotating the camera, not the player, and the player's just always looking forward. No, apparently not. Okay, well, it probably is correct. I'm probably just an idiot. So we're going to walk until we can get in front of the camera, wherever that happens to be. Okay. Let's walk. Okay. Where is it? It's behind us at all times. At all times, it is behind us. I think, first off, you need to be parented to the camera. Okay, so when we parent you, we set your parent to instead be player dot get, which I actually think means we don't actually ever use the player's entity. We just look up what the camera is. So we could probably get away with doing that then. We say, hey, like set its child to being the camera, so as I look around, it stays attached to the camera. It should then also not randomly teleport when I let it go. Okay. It's still not working because for some reason it's behind me. Why is it behind me? I'm looking up, looking down. Okay, it's inverted for some reason. So I don't know why. Especially because when I set it to being forward, translation plus forward, it's actually coming out in front of me. It's still not working. Where the hell is it? The issue is I don't know which way is forward. Okay, we know whichever way it flings out is forward. So why can't I see it? Where is it? So I'm currently looking at that apple, which means it's like 45 degrees to me for some reason. Which makes zero goddamn sense. Is it left? Oh, so I can probably get it to stop saying spawned every time because it's going to get obnoxious. Now where is it coming? Okay, fire an apple. We're looking directly at that apple. Okay, it needs to be like right then. I have actually no idea why it's wrong. That's the big thing that's confusing me. I'm setting its translation and then setting its parent. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe I just actually want its translation to be 1. Because I'm setting Z. Is it Z or negative Z? I think it's negative Z, but I'm going to try Z first. It could be that because we're parenting it to our cell, but we're giving it a forward vector. The forward vector is always going to be offset to us, depending on where we're looking when we fire it. So I reckon that's going to be directly behind me. So if I throw out one in front of me, so I know which way is forward. Okay, then I have to look at where the fucking apple went. That way. Look down. Look at the apple. Which way's the apple? Okay, it is actively directly behind me now. But why would you put negative Z? That's math. Put negative Z. No math. Okay. Okay. Spawn the apple. It's in front of me. Throw the apple. Throw the apple. I think I'm giving the apple way too much power. 10 is way too much power. It just literally flings straight through the wall. We should probably make these walls thicker. Okay. So what we're learning is 10 is way too much power. Okay, so what I think is I probably want it to scale up faster. So times it by 10, but clamp it to 5. We want to make the walls thicker because like 90% of the shit's just flying through the walls. So we probably want the walls to have a thickness of maybe 1, which just means thickness of 1 to take it to negative 11. 1. 1. 1. 1. So then we want you to be negative 6, 6, 6, and 6. Nope, too much. So, giving lots of 6s, we can hit that with a nice little error somewhere apparently. Times 11. Technically, it's twice that thickness because it's half thickness, but anyway, as you can see, they at least don't go through the walls as easily. Then we're going to try and hit these apples with other apples. Oop. Well, what that tells me is so my nose is fucking burning like crazy. We need to up this to 6 and 6 and I think maybe this one is 6. No, that's Y. It's I think it says a 5. This needs to be a 6 and this needs to be a 6. And that should give us like a buffer so that they overlap, or they don't overlap, like so that the walls extend out and you don't have those corners that are infinitely thin that it can fire through. The other thing to do would be to turn on continuous collision detection so that it doesn't matter that I fire them really hard. So as you can see, like it's actually got like a meter thick barrier. It apparently can still clip through. I'm not moving them, am I? Interesting. I think that they're getting teleported forward. No, because if I just click and release, they're falling out of exactly the right spot. So it's not like I'm teleporting them forward. Just somehow they. I don't know how they're escaping. It just feels like they're clicking forward. You see what I mean? Like they did. Now, if I turned on continuous detection, would it work?
Interesting. Okay. I'm also giving you way too much jump power. Fly camera, please, like, dial back that jump power. Jesus Christ. I know why the jump power is really, really dumb. Because I bet you it's because it's scaling in every frame I double the jump power. So if delta, if velocity dot y dot linear dot y is less than 0, yeah. Now it shouldn't stack infinitely up jump power, because I think that's what's happening, is that every frame I'm adding 1 to my upwards velocity and then also my vertical motion, which means the next frame I'm adding 1 and also 2, and then 1 and also 3. So now I'm only... Technically we can fly, but that's because technically I can hold it. And it'll always set it to 1. It's just always setting my upwards velocity to 1 unless it's negative. Okay. Lots of avocados and carrot. Come on. Come on. Do the motion. I really also should like make it only add them uniquely. The weird bag. The different bag. Oh, it's turned into a giant banana. Okay. Yep. 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 I don't know why I can clip them through the ground like that. It could be partly that I'm spawning them partly inside myself. And so they're getting a huge kick forward when they come out. The other question is, am I clipping through the ground? I don't think so. Can I do that when I spawn them? Just turn on continuous collision detection. The issue with continuous collision is I don't think it works with cubes. It only works on circular, spherical collision. So spawn food. When I spawn a new food in, I want to turn on CCD. Pretty sure you're just a right? Enabled. Okay. Is this stopping them from escaping? Not really. Okay. That's what's throwing me off, is that if I aim it like right there, like I'm literally like this. Why am I so close to the ground? Like, that's part of what the problem is that they're like clipping into the ground, because if I'm spawning them here, like, they're in the ground. So I need to be taller. Okay, I need to be taller, which means that when I'm spawning the player camera, I need to spawn it taller. The capital needs to extend like 1.5 down, 0.5 up. This makes me 2.5 tall, because technically it's got a 0.25 radius on either end. Oh, they still fall through the ground, but that's partly because they're clipping out of me. I don't understand why I can do that. Tomato. It's really bizarre.
I'm gonna like backspin. Okay, so kind of want to add like an inventory system now, kind of. Because that was the point of adding icons, is that like the okay. So to do an inventory system, I kind of want to do an inventory system. So how do I do an inventory system? First off, we make a module called like UI. And then I'm going to call it for tonight because I've committed far too much time to this and I am starting to feel my head buzzing. So we will add UI and then call that good. So we need to go UI and then we're going to go prelude, Bevy prelude. Net plugin. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to say app.add system startup. Startup. Spawn UI. Okay, so fn spawn UI. Then we need our commands. Mute commands. Okay. So yeah, if anyone wants to jump into Discord, this is like the last chance before I wrap up the stream. Wouldn't mind chatting to people, like just having a blast. Let's see. So I think we need to have a struct hotbar, and then you have a U8, right? And then we need a struct hotbar item, which is going to be a handle to an item, a food. Like so. So both of these need to have component drive. Component. Drive. Component. Okay. Then we're going to have a resource. Drive resource. Struct selected. Selected hotbar. Entity. Okay. Maybe it should be a slot. And then we would need a component, derived component, struct hotbar. Okay, so what do we want to do? We want to spawn that. We want to spawn it. So we want to go commands.spawn. Something like this. It's going to be like a node. Display. Display grid. With val percent 90. Grid auto columns. grid placement, end place the grid items. Start. Place the grid item specifying the start grid line. No, I don't remember how to set this. It's grid something. Grid auto flow. Grid auto columns. Vec. We'll select vec. Is it grid track? Nope. Background color. Color. sRGB. Okay, so we have our background, and then we're going to go here. We're going to go dot with children commands commands dot spawn. Then you're going to say something like node I think you're just going to be default, like so. Background color, except you're going to be slightly brighter, I think 6.6 maybe. We need corner radius on you. No, you're dot default. Corner radius. Border radius, all val pixels 10. Okay, that's not how that works, but anyway. For slot in 0 to 10. Hotbar slot. Are you adding more closing brackets, you weirdo? Okay. Slot. Selected hotbar. Alright, we've already got U8 to select this selected hotbar. So then you also get the hotbar. Hot bar, and then hotbar item, guess, can be an option, and then you'll get hotbar items none. Okay. So then I need to do something like update hotbar. So we need to query the hotbar item, but we also want to query the, I think probably image. So each of you needs an image. Transparent. No, wrong type of image. So it's not image then, it's UI image, node image, image node. Default.
Okay, then we say your own image node. Okay, and then we need food, which is going to be a query, not a query, a resource assets item, no, assets food. Okay, so then we need this to contain changed food, changed hotbar item, like so, and then we say here, we go for the slot. We say you don't need mutable access to the item because that's what's changed to trigger you. We say, okay, let food equal food dot get item dot 0 else error food not found continue. There need to be some. Okay, so then you're the piece of food. How do you not know what it is? I don't understand. How do you not understand? Because food's not a... Okay. So we get the food, and then we say slot dot image equals food dot icon dot clone, like so. And then we go back to assets and we go, hey, we forgot to move the icon in here, didn't we? Yeah. Hub icon is a handle to an image. And then somewhere we load the actual asset. And we say, hey, somewhere I load the actual asset. I don't know where. Somewhere. Down here. Load food. We say, hey, food icon is load context dot load food dot icons. I don't know why it's icons. That doesn't make any sense. Icon. Thank you. Oh, that's going to break the serialization. So no, I won't be changing that. Fuck you. Right. So we need to add our UI. So plug in like so. Another thing we need to do is say, hey, you. We need to have your position from bottom be value pixels 10. Thank you. All right. So if I run this, well, apparently we still got a compiler error. Why? Because hotbar item. Okay. If let some food equals no. If some item equals item dot 0, do this. Else slot dot equals handle default. Stuff your plastic like that. If let some. Okay. Oh, it's getting complicated. I hate doing UI. I remember when Belly was today. Oh god, it was so glorious. It was so easy to do this kind of UI. Let's run it up and have it go. Why did you not run? Error, path not found. Assets, food, icons, half avocado.png. What do you mean, food, icons, half avocado.png? How did you not find? Are you passing in the whole path, or are you just trying to be funny? Food, icons. Did I spell it wrong? Yes. Okay. D drive project Suika assets. Food. Okay. I'm confused on why you can't even find this. Error, couldn't find path. So first off, did you spawn the DUI window? Yeah, no. I see it. Don't know why you crash all the goddamn time. So why are you not finding this? Failed to find path. Project assets food slash icon slash avocado half. That's right, because you spelt wrong. That's why I can't find you. I forgot that it's not me that did that wrong. That node. Can't look at it. So why can't I see you for one thing? Okay, we also need to like add a random item to our inventory. Okay, well first off, we never call update hotbar, so that's always fun. Spawn UI dot add systems update hotbar. We also need to fn add item, which needs to query hotbar slots items, query not query resource food handles let apple equal items dot get food apple. Query first off, I need you to be mutable. I also need your well, it's the hotbar item. We don't actually need the hotbar to be mutable. Oh, this is confusing. This is where I want to stop this, because I'm getting a bit to the point of just writing really bad code. For slot first off, you're hot by slot, not a slot. So if slot equals 0, damn, gotta love that. No. Fine, fuck you. Let me say you're actually item.0. Import food type. Okay, then we just add item, and this needs to go in post startup dot add system post startup add item. Okay, let's see if this actually looks like anything. I'm a bit tired to be doing UI. Oh, it crashed. Why? I bet you it's not finished loading. Fine. Adding items. Fine. Put this in update. Put this in update and run it. No, run if just input just press key code key key R. Let's see if that works. Okay, first up, there's a giant fuck off panel in the middle of my screen now. That now has an apple in the middle of it. So, first off, we said, hey, your display grid, your width is 90%, your height is percent 20. Even 20 might be a bit rich. I actually have no idea what it's going to look like. The issue is I need the editor to be able to do UI because I don't actually know how the UI fucking works. If I click you don't open. I don't know why you crash. I hate you so much, UI. Why are you crashing? Why? What causes you to crash? End was never called. Alright, well, we can apparently add a giant goddamn apple to our inventory, but we can't fucking... Okay. Width, percent 90, height, yep. Flex, stretch, flex, shrink, align self, justify self, flex, wrap, okay. I need your node to have a width of val percent auto and a height of val percent 100 and a aspect ratio of some 1. Without the editor, I have no way of fucking working this out, so I'm just guessing now. It'll be right. Okay, so that's the right size now, except we need to go back here. We need to say like margins rect all val, no, all auto. First off, I don't think margins are, no, they're UI rect. All auto, okay. Now, I'm confused on why you're still in the top corner when I've specified a bottom, but I haven't specified a top or a right, so surely that should override your positioning. Okay. Okay, horizontal are auto, and then we want to say I don't know why you're sticking to the top when I've specified a value for the bottom. Top. Well, if I just say auto, are you going to be fine?
Like maybe it's because like maybe the default value is 0 and therefore it's sticking to the top. Nope. Maybe I say, can I say like dot with top val auto? Is that gonna let you not stick to the fucking top? Hey, there we go. Now you're in the right spot. Still don't know how to specify your grid, but anyway, if we say R, you put an apple in the right spot. Now we just need to work out how to make your grid direction. So we need to say like overflow. No, it's in here. Somewhere in here. One of these is like you get to specify the grid, and you get to specify like how many columns. So grid. Okay, defines the size of created column. Columns are created implicitly when grids are given explicit placement that are out of bounds. Grid columns. The columns in which a given item starts and how many columns it spans. Okay. So do I go down here and I say something like grid column, grid placement, start I or slot, and then what do you actually think that is? That's that is I16, comma dot default. Get rid of that comma because I don't know why you insist on adding that back in every time. So it could be columns. I think it's columns, isn't it? Oh, that crashed. Why? Invalid start value of 0. Can we say +1? That doesn't logically make sense, but it won't let me put 0 in. Hey, look at that. They overflow the fucking thing. I press R. Maybe we should add item, and then instead of saying if slot, we should say if dot is none break. Hey, look at that. Now every time I can add an apple. Okay, yay. Okay, so first off, somehow they're too big. So if I don't explicitly give you a size, will you fit them? Because I've said give you a width and height of auto. I'm just going to say aspect ratio of 1 is locked in. And then I need to say border radius, because it looks nice. Border radius. And I'm thinking all val pixels. Go with like 10. Go 10 here, maybe 15 on this one. Yeah, let's see what it looks like. Oh, the desire is to get them all to fit. That one's really big for some reason. All the others fit, but that one doesn't. Why are they all getting smaller except that first one? Why are you special? My suspicion is because I told it to start in slot 1. And then the others are... It did tell me that 0 is not a valid index. But, Okay. What if we said row? This is saying 0 is not a valid index, which is fine. Okay, what if I don't specify that? I'm curious what the default value for that is. Do a default for flex. Okay, that's interesting looking. Nope, you're spawning a really big apple. I can just tell. You're a piece of shit. What is it? Grow fucking. Okay, grid auto flow. That's probably what we want to set. So we probably wanted to set that to columns. Anyway, what is you fucking grid? What is your default? Non-zero, just okay. Just I don't care. I'm gonna get rid of that. We're gonna say, hey, can you add grid auto flow column? Because it defaults to row, and that's wrong. If you can't tell, I'm going mad. Come on, come on. Hey, for some reason, you're still fucking bigger than the others. I don't understand why you get to be special. Why are you so much bigger than the others? They're all exactly the same in terms of an inventory of apples as well, which is kind of funny. Why are you bigger? Why are you bigger than the others? What if I said that your height is 90%, not 100%, maybe 95%? Now, my issue with that is that your aspect ratio is locked to 1, which means that setting your height will force them to be a certain width, which may be too much. But what I could do, yep, they're all the right size now. Now, instead, what we're going to do is we're going to set your width to be percent, and then they're going to be 9%. Okay, and then we're going to say justify content, justify content space around. That should mean that because they're 9% and there's 10 of them, they only make up 90%, which means there should be at least a tenth. Oh fuck, they're tiny now. Okay, what if I didn't specify your width as being 9%? That must be giving them a certain amount of space now. Because I said justify content space around, it's probably breaking them. Why do you get to be bigger? That's all I want to know is what makes you so special? It would be perfect if the first one wasn't bigger. So 9% didn't work. What if I said, because 9% looked really, really dumbly small. So what if I said 90%? If I say your width is locked to 90%, I feel like you're going to fill 90% of the width of the fucking thing. No, that's the issue. Yeah, so you're 90% of the fucking bar wide. So why does 9% not work? It's 10%. 9% not working doesn't make any sense to me. Why 10% doesn't work either? Like, why are they so small? What if I say you're only allowed to be 90%? The issue is that's like an aspect ratio thing. This is not the right way to do it, because if I just keep making them smaller until they fit. You also are not justifying content space around. I can tell you that. You're not justifying fucking space around. Can I say justify items? Justify items center. Nope, you're not centered. Can I say fucking fuck you? And then justify self center. One of these values is the right value to change. I just don't know which one. It does my head in. Flexbox. Goddamn, I hate you, Flex. Well, now they're fucking tiny because I sold them to. Okay. What if I got rid of this? Okay. So if I told them to stop justifying themselves, I'm pretty sure that goes back to working, doesn't it? Well, except you fill the whole fucking box up. Do I have to specify something like flex direction? Flex direction row. Nope. I'm being quiet because I'm listening to something outside and like something banging on something. And I'm trying to work out if it needs investigating. Look, bang into the ground. What did I do? What have I broken? Hello, Colin. I am working with Flex and I hate Flex directions so much. Oh, yeah, someone's jumping in the Discord. Hello, yes, I hear you.
Hey, how you doing, Fox?
Good, good. Just having fun with goddamn Flex on stream. Can never get this thing to do what I want it to do.
Oh, are you streaming right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I'm just on Discord. You don't mind me being here? I wouldn't be here for long.
No, I was going to wrap up the stream anyway.
Oh, no worries. Cool.
Yeah, it's just I'm talking to someone in chat. The game, I don't know if I'll ever release it, but it'll be on itch if it does come out. It's just more of a messing around at the moment, getting like really dumb physics working. Can't get the UI to work for the life of me though. At the moment, you can just like throw fruit around and they combine. It's really silly. Especially because I set all the colliders by default to just being spheres. So if I haven't overwritten the collider, they'll just pick random objects, like really big objects with these tiny spheres as their collider as they roll around in the map.
Shit, I'm looking at the stream now.
Yeah, I don't know how easy the phone is to develop on Bevy. Like, I know it's got support, but I don't know how easy it is to actually do something. I just know it's really hard to test because you've got to like set your phone at debug mode and actually like load it onto your phone. All the fucking milk cartons are broken. It's great. So silly.
Have you got like a complete game
Nope.
that you've made?
I've never actually finished a game, mostly because I get distracted by other shit and just.
Fair.
I've got like prototypey kinds of games. Like I made a extra dimensional for the Bevy Jam, which is technically complete in that I'm not planning to do much more with it. The guy I was working with, we were going to post it on Steam, but he's been doing making it multiplayer, and I haven't heard anything on him in like months, so I should probably check in and make sure he hasn't like died.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I tend not to finish games, or like if I do, they're like jam level games where they're like really badly unpolished things that I'm like, yeah, it works.
So like, is this more like just for fun, or you're just trying to get more skilled about?
Yeah, it's just
Game?
trying to stream more, so trying to come up with interesting things that like it's like interesting to make on stream, as opposed to like if I'm programming something large like my Untitled Dinosaur game, it if I try and program a system that's too big, I get quiet and I just sit there and I try and program it. Whereas on stream, I'm like, I want something that like I can chaotically like be running around on stream, like throwing these fruit around. Like for a while there, I was programming in the different like colliders for them. So I was just throwing fruit until a new thing appeared, finding it in the list and like programming it. Because kicking everything around on stream is just interesting to do. As opposed to, you know, like just sitting down and developing and programming. It's like, it's kind of boring.
Yeah, no, I get you. In like your normal day to day, are you a programmer as well?
Nah, I'm actually a machinist. I make things,
Cool.
like physical things. It's fun, but also kind of like mind numbing sometimes.
Yeah. No, that's cool. I mean, I don't know if you remember, but I guess I'll try and come in here more because I'm trying to build a 3D chess game.
Oh yeah,
Bevy.
I think I remember you talking about that in Discord.
Yeah, it's kind of like I've been programming for maybe like 6 or 5 months, and the main thing with me is like it's always a learning experience, and I don't want to. I'm very aware of Dunning-Kruger, and I
Oh
want
yeah,
to take my time and learn everything. So yeah, I'll probably be asking a lot of silly, stupid questions, but
nah, there's no silly stupid
no.
questions. The other fun thing about Dunning-Kruger effect is that most people don't know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is. It's great.
Mm. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Like
I mean, yeah, people aren't aware of it.
well, no, like this was saying. Most people that are aware of the Dunning-Kruger effect don't understand the Dunning-Kruger effect. The Dunning-Kruger effect says that people will it's not like, oh, people that know nothing think they're really smart. It's like, no, it's just statistically speaking, if you don't know much, you will think you'll be really confident that you did well. If you know a lot, you think you did worse than you actually did. And it's that weird thing of like, smart people still know they're smart. It's just that they tend to not think they're as smart as they really are. And dumb people know they're dumb. They just don't think they're as dumb as they actually are.
Okay,
And that middle ground is the Dunning-Kruger effect. That middle ground where it's like, how much smarter than you actually are do you think you are, and how much dumber than you are than you actually are do you think you are. It's not dumb people think they're geniuses. It's
Okay. Yeah, I guess like my understanding is probably like the trivial, understanding of it. But no, I get what you mean. Like statistically, if you do higher on the test, you might not think that you are that smart. But if you do bad on the test, you might think you were smarter than.
yeah. It's if you really know the material, you might think you got 90% when in reality you actually got 95. Whereas if you don't know the material at all, you might go, oh, I think I only got like 50% when in reality you only got like 20%. Like the Dunning-Kruger effect is that the extremes tend towards the mean when they're guessing, but in reality aren't. So it's interesting, like psychology wise, but it's actually not nearly as prominent as everyone seems to think it is, which is, I think, just more of a.
Yeah, of course, like a Mandela effect of the understanding of it. Yes.
Kind of, yeah. Mandela effect is a different beast altogether, but yeah, like I get what you're trying to say. Like it's a perception of the crowd tends to be like the way it is.
Yeah. I need to study up on my psychological phrases, I think.
Yeah. Because the Mandela effect is the idea that like groups can have hallucinations in that we all believe this is how it was, even though it's not. And something from the internet, you tend to make it more viewable to the internet, and that's because Barbra Streisand wanted their address removed from the internet, so they tried to sue the person that published it, which then made it
like international news, and therefore more people knew their address, and hence the Streisand effect is when you try to cover something up by making it, and it ends up making it more visible. So what Google pulled when they put their ad blocker shit in the way, and a lot of people went, wait, ad blockers are a thing? It's like, Google went all this effort to try and stop us from using ad blockers, and in reality told a lot of people that didn't know ad blockers were a thing that they're a thing.
Yeah.
I think YouTube's getting a bit out of hand with their fucking ads, though.
Oh yeah, they're just bad. Like, literally 2 or 3 on a short video.
Yeah. Depressing. I haven't seen ads in years because I've had ad blockers, and then I also bought like premium, so I like don't see ads.
Yeah.
What I find more
premium
fun.
YouTube is one of the like it's a good purchase. Premium YouTube. It depends on how much you use it. But
Yeah, I use YouTube a hell of a lot. Like I basically watch it 24/7. But I also like I didn't get premium YouTube to get premium YouTube. I got premium YouTube to get YouTube Music. Because YouTube took away, they used to have an app that was really great for watching stuff on your phone, like listening to music that you've downloaded, and they got rid of it. And I went, it's so hard to fucking listen to music on my phone now. I'll just get YouTube Music so I can just listen to music. And it happened to come with premium, and like I was like, okay, cool. So I don't get ads. But
I didn't know they came together.
Yeah, they're just a single thing.
Yeah, because I was going to say, why don't you get Spotify? But I mean, if you get 2 in 1 with YouTube, it makes more sense.
I also don't like supporting Spotify. I don't think they're very good. Like YouTube Music's not any better, like ethically speaking, but at least YouTube Music I get premium, whereas Spotify it's just kind of ethically grey. I think they may have got better, but back like a few years ago when they were getting big, it was kind of like nobody got paid what they were worth on Spotify because Spotify was the new thing. Same thing with Netflix. Nobody got paid what they were worth on Netflix because nobody knew how to charge based on Netflix.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know that.
I was watching a video. I was talking about the guy, someone's in Stranger Things for like 3 episodes or something, and they talk about like the residuals that they've gained, and they're saying that they're getting really good residuals in terms of like they were in it for like 3 episodes and they're getting thousands of dollars in residuals. But they're going, the way it's calculated means that even if they were the lead, they'd be getting exactly the same amount in residuals. So it's kind of like it fucked over people that were like in shows that got massive. But it was fine for people that were like, hey, I was in this show for like 30 seconds and I'm getting paid $10,000 every few years. It's like, it becomes that whole like, but this person's like, the whole career was made from this and yet they're getting the same amount of money just because of how math worked out.
Yeah, so the fucking fine print.
Yeah, it was also is that nobody knew how to write a contract for a streaming service because of how like traditional television worked versus streaming services. It's like, technically there's no ad revenue, there's no way to say your show brought this much money in so you're entitled to this much. So instead it became this weird thing of like, we'll give you a percentage of what the show could have possibly made, which obviously Netflix is going to say is way less than it actually was because then they pay less. And so now it's something like if the show makes more than 20% of users stream the show, then it must be a certain percentage. Like it's better now. That's why the actors all went on strike in 2023, I think it was. It's because they were saying like YouTube, like Netflix just isn't paying us enough for what we are doing because these contracts weren't written with streaming platforms in mind, and they're like, we need to change it to accommodate for the fact that streaming platforms don't work the same way as traditional television.
Yeah, it's new stuff, new laws.
Yeah, the laws are always slow to catch up.
Yeah, literally, and then in the grey area, you know, like a smart lawyer is going to be like, oh, we can actually get away with doing this while the regulations aren't certain.
Well, that was like that's how Uber became a thing. Is that technically speaking, and like 90% of the time that Uber was becoming a company, it was illegal. Like it was just outright illegal. But because there were no laws specifically prohibiting it, because it's like to be a taxi service, you had to be licensed. Like in America, to drive a taxi, you had to have a license. And Uber's kind of like, oh, but we're not a taxi service. We're, just a place where you can find people to give you lifts for cash. Like we're not a taxi service, and we're a ride sharing service. And it was that whole like legal gray area of like, no, Uber is just a taxi service. But because they could get away with saying they weren't a taxi service, they didn't have to pay all these fees and licenses and all this, which meant that they could operate for way cheaper than the taxis, and
Yeah.
therefore like undercut the taxis. And then all the taxis basically went bankrupt before the law caught up and went, Uber, you can't do this. And then obviously Uber has to keep operating because there's no taxis anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of these companies are kind of like, I like that Uber only existed because they were trying to like bottom out the market sort of thing, of like trying to make all their competitors go out of business. So Uber kept making their rides cheaper and cheaper so that they could outcompete the competition to try and bankrupt them. But then the other companies were doing exactly the same thing. So it basically just became a money pit that people were throwing money in to hope that they would be the one that made it.
Yeah.
And that's why the prices all skyrocketed all of a sudden, is because they kind of went, well, we can't keep doing this. So all the companies just all agreed to just raise their prices, because it's like, well, we're obviously not going to outcompete each other because we all think that this is the right way to go. Yeah. Yeah.
You're talking about you and your friend for that Bevy game jam trying to make it multiplayer. Were you
Yeah.
looking at crates like a Bevy Renet?
I don't think we do. No. I don't know what, because they're in cybersecurity, so they were like, hey, I'll handle the networking stuff after the jam's done.
Okay.
But I think they were using Bevy Matchbox, I think was what they went with. But yeah, I haven't seen any of the code. I've just talked to them a few times, going like, oh, what's up, num? And then they're like, oh, doing this, doing that.
Yeah. So you wouldn't say you know that much about like the networking crates for Bevy?
Not really. I know that some are like really good, like they have rollback in that, but from what I understand, most of the crates are like the bare minimum to get something working, sort of thing. Like they enable you to connect to a server and that's it. Like you have to write the protocol for passing messages back and forth. I also know that Bevy 0.15 just released remote access or something. I don't remember what it's called. That lets you like use HTTP to send and receive information and modifications to the ECS world. So you actually don't need an external crate anymore. Like you can actually do it with built-in Bevy. Has like a HTTP request style. Obviously that's pretty slow. It's HTTP, but that's there's other ways as well. Like it's just the HTTP one's built in, and the actual networking thing's its own thing. Let's see if I can find it. BevyEngine.
Because yeah, like I know there's Bevy Renet, and that just looking at the Git now, it looks like it was last updated last week. It's on version 1. I have to look and see, can you? Because obviously I just want to make a simple chess game, so it's just gonna have to relay the moves. It might have like a chat box showing the exact movement of the pieces, in like the chess notation, and that has to be shown on both sides. So I don't know how extensive the networking crate has to be to handle all that stuff. But
yeah, from what I understand, the ones that Bevy's got at the moment are like, they're not so much that they're not extensive, it's just that they're like they're bare bones in that like they handle the TCP level and that's it. So you would have to write the bit on top that actually passes back the information.
And is that a difficult thing to do, like necessarily?
No, it's fairly straightforward from what I understand. The hardest thing is the TCP level, because that does like all that, the catching errors and going like, oh, packets missing, that kind of stuff, and resending information. The actual like on top layer, usually you just write a serializer and a deserializer, and you come up with, yes, because you're doing chess. It's doesn't even need to be real time. Is you just basically go, hey, I'm sending a move, and you serialize that move, and then the other end goes, hey, I've received a move, and then it plays that move. Like multiplayer games, like in real time, need all sorts of like rubber banding and stuff like that to make sure that someone doesn't just cheat. Like chess, you can't just cheat, because it's either your turn or it's not your turn, and there's very strict moves. You can't just be like, oh yeah, I made this move, and then like you've actually moved their piece. Like it's just invalid. Like it wouldn't work. Anyway,
that's why I feel chess is like a straightforward, simple.
I would suggest looking into this. I'm just going to post it to the general chat. Look at that part of the update. That is the Bevy Remote Protocol, and it lets you like send TCP requests to request information or to put information onto the ECS world. So you could, in theory, send do a put request whenever you make a move that
is to the other person's end, and then like it updates something and triggers the response on their end. So that would mean that you could do it like within Bevy itself. It's kind of intended to be more like an editor, I believe, but it should work for what you're trying to do.
I'll definitely look into that because because I look, you know, as well as learning Rust, I look into HTTP, and you know, there's this open source group who are working on like how do you call it? It's like I don't know if you know what CRDT is.
I don't know the acronym. Like, doesn't mean I don't know what.
Kind of like
is.
conflict resultant data type or something. Okay.
Okay.
It's basically
yeah.
It's conflict-free replicated data type. It's basically a way of like ensuring that data can still propagate through nodes if like a connection goes down or if something goes wrong. So they don't have to be connected. You know, it's quite, in my understanding, it's quite like a complex topic, but it works over HTTP in the sense you can have people who aren't like connected over the internet or whatever. If the connection drops, they still get the information updated on their end. And yeah, it's quite complex. I can't, you know, do all the details, but it'll be interesting to see if the HTTP could work with that protocol, that this Bevy HTTP could work with that protocol they have in a way that you can have information about the chess game being updated without needing, you know, any central server to update it, just between the peers.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. That's the thing. Like the HTTP is in itself its own protocol, the hypertext something, hypertext transfer protocol or something. I don't remember. But like in theory, the Bevy remote plugin, which is its own thing, like you could write whatever protocol you wanted. It's just that they have built a HTTP one that like you can send HTTP get and set put requests, which would work as like a stepping off point for you doing your chess engine. But even then, like you could just use the remote plugin and like work out how to talk to that and write your own entirely from scratch, like maybe like a JSON serialized one that just sends it back and forth, like different chess moves. Because those protocols aren't hard to write if you're just trying to do basic communication. They get difficult like when you're like saying like doing error correction or making sure that like if one particular person drops out, then like messages can still be passed. But for a chess game, that's unnecessary. Like if one player drops from the thing, then the game's kind of just over, isn't it? Like it's not like you need to keep synced up with other people that aren't present. Like
yeah, it's not that type of game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Either way, it's just fun being like working with Bevy because it's still new, still getting updates. You know, the ecosystem, it feels alive. You know, so it's fun. It's a little bit of fun.
Yeah, it is. I do like that. Though sometimes it can be annoying. Is that like they get like frequently changing things that are like core parts of the engine. It can be a bit annoying when they do that. Like when I make a video and then they change it, that kind of thing. But it's I also like kind of wish they would settle down on just renaming shit for the sake of renaming it. They keep doing that, and it annoys me. But
yeah. I mean, yeah, like I haven't. Sorry.
I know you know.
Yeah, I haven't been obviously doing it as long, but like one thing I noticed is that they changed like, you know, the PBR bundles to like I think mesh material 3D, like in terms of how you spawn.
Yeah. That one personally is a good improvement because it's not that they renamed bundles, because they've done that a few times, like where they renamed camera. It used to be like 3D camera, then they renamed it to camera 3D, and then they named it to camera 3D bundle, and like it kept changing its name but not its function. Whereas that change is that they went, hey, bundles aren't a thing anymore. Like you can still use bundles for this version because it's like when you migrate, we're not going to get rid of them, but next version they will be gone. So it's like it's a chance to move away. But like that's a complete change. I'm talking about things like when they renamed delta seconds to delta secs because it aligns better with the standard library, and it's just really annoying because you'll get all these errors all over the place where something's name has changed, but that's it. Like you don't have to change the function, don't have to change. It is just the name that's changed. It used to be like I used to do migration guides as videos, and I'd read through the migration guide, and I would make the joke about like here's another find and replace where it's like they changed the name from this to that. That's the only thing that changed. None of the fields changed, none of the layouts changed. Just Control F this for that. That's all you had to do. Like that's all that changed. And I'm kind of like,
I wish they'd stop doing that because it puts people off without adding anything to the actual engine itself. Like you're like, oh yeah, but now the names are all you'd have to guess. But every update you do this, and some of the updates, I want to say it was 0.10 and then 0.11. They changed something and then changed it back, and it was kind of like, yeah, I can see why people get annoyed. Like it's a pain in the ass to go because it's not like it adds really anything. If you know that you're just finding and replacing it, it takes 30 seconds. But it's every time I open a project that I haven't worked on in a while and update the Bevy version, I got to find all these things that all I'm doing is renaming them. And it's obnoxious, but also like what do you expect?
Exactly.
All right, I'm trying to get the UI back to just at least working. The big issue I was having at the moment is my Flexbox, for some reason, has decided that the first element in the box gets to be really big, and then all the other elements get to be the size that makes them fit. And I don't understand why I was doing it. It's just a bit silly sometimes.
You're not using eGUI, Bevy eGUI for UI.
No, mostly because using eGUI just kind of like pushes everything one step back. I'm using it for the editor because Bevy Editor Please uses it, and when I write like editor windows and stuff, I use it. But the actual game itself, it's kind of like I want the game to be using Bevy, not something else, because then you have to try and make it render on top. And I can never get it to work, but it's just a me thing, I guess. I never really looked into working it out properly. I don't know. Yeah. What annoys me at the moment is the Bevy editor is broken. That whenever I try to open anything, like has more than one child or like just has a drop down at all, it just crashes. And it makes it really annoying because usually when I'm doing UI, I can tweak all the values in the editor until I get it looking what I like or what and then I'll save that and recompile it. But I can't do that with the editor because every time I click on the thing, it just crashes. And it's like, And
by editor, do you mean the inspector?
No, this Bevy Editor Please is a third-party plugin that adds an editor that lets you like actually.
I never knew that. I'm gonna put that in my crate now. Bevy Editor Please.
Yeah, I think it's not up to date. Like you have to use the Git version if you want to get the up to date. Like use it with 15.
Okay.
But as I say, it's also really annoying because it keeps crashing. If you can find that bug and like give them a patch, that would be nice. But I can't be bothered tracking it down. It's something about a span not getting closed.
Okay. But like, does this include the inspector and then something else? Like literally just a couple things put together, or is it its own separate thing? It's like I've got the inspector running, and I know you can add something to the inspector to make it a bit more.
Yeah. So the editor uses the inspector and then builds an actual like Unity style editor on top where you can like when it's working click on like any entity, like it'll be listed in the side, and you can like view its children, you can view its parents, you can view all the components on it. If the components register in Reflect, if they're in the type registry or implement inspector, you can actually edit the values, like you can move transforms around and stuff like that.
Okay. Oh, okay, that's useful for that. It still would be useful for a chess game because I was trying to spawn the pieces correctly and I was guessing which transforms which until I finally got it. But if I had an editor,
yes, I do that. I do it mostly with UI. It's like I don't know what all the flex things are going to do, so I tweak them until I get them doing what I want it to do, and then save that into my source code. There used to be a really cool extension called Belly that's not kept up to date by the original developer, and I every time I port it, it gets slightly worse because I don't fix anything. I just make it compile. But it meant that you could like define a what they called an ESS, which was just like a CSS file that you could say like button do this, or when hovered do that, and you could like make all the like click interactions and all this other stuff like defined in like HTML style. And like it would, you like basically just make a document, and you could say like, hey, this button when you click it do this or do that, like make this value updated from this resource, all without needing to like make custom systems that all updated it. And it was like so nice, but then the original creator stopped maintaining it because they thought it moved away from the original vision, and so they're working on something else now. But it was so good. It was just the best.
Are they working on a editor, Bevy?
Yeah, I know, but they've been saying that for like 2 years now.
Fair enough.
I can't wait because I'm assuming it's going to be great because of how like Bevy's already pretty good. But like it means that they're doing it properly rather than just going to rush it out. Like that's the Bevy editor, please, is someone's knocked it together and they're just maintaining it, so it has issues sometimes and things like that.
Yeah.
I've contributed to myself. Like I made it so that when they had like a scene saver, and I made it so that when it saved the scene, it didn't save the editor related components. So things like the cameras for the editor used to get saved. And I was like, oh, well, why don't we just add a component to them and say, don't save these? And so now it doesn't. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's cool. I did that.
That was your contribution.
Yeah, I think I've also ported it a few times, but usually the guy that hosts it gets it ported like within a reasonable amount of time. It's just I don't know what's happening at the moment. I'm obviously busy with life, I guess, but it's just not been
That's
getting
the crazy
updated.
thing about this. Yeah, people just do it on their own goodwill, and that just makes the community great because honestly, like there's things that, like for example, like the inspector thing. I was thinking, oh, there's no like. I was surprised that Bevy had that. Obviously, people who know about Bevy have known about this, but I was like, oh shit.
Yeah,
Like,
the guy that makes the inspector is the same guy that makes the editor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they're actually they're coupled together. It's just I guess the editor isn't.
Yeah.
There's obviously missing something. Maybe they don't know it's crashing and that's why they haven't fixed it. Maybe it's just a me issue. But they obviously recently made the crash because it was working and then it broke. It's like I was like avoiding updating because it wasn't working, and then I updated it and it was like, it's broken. And I don't know what Git revision I'd have to go back to get it working again. So I was like, I'll just leave it.
Yeah. Anyway, Fox, it was nice to talk to you. I guess I'll catch you again later.
Yeah, I guess I think I'll end the stream here.
But
All right, yeah, I'll see you around. I'm gonna wrap up the stream, so I'll probably drop out of Discord for a second. And... Okay, yep. So with that, we're gonna call the stream. Yeah, I've been doing this for 7 hours. It's too long. My brain has melted, but I will hopefully work out this UI maybe offline, and then maybe stream again tomorrow. I'm not sure. It'll be a new year. Woo! Anyway, thanks all for tuning in. It's been a fucking blast, and yes, somehow I remember that in my stream. Stop.